2025. I want to welcome everyone to the second Board of Finance budget hearing for the fiscal 25-26 budget. Call the meeting to order and ask that we please rise. Mr. Penley, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
To the members of the public, this is the second in a series of Board of Finance budget hearings that will continue throughout this month and end with this board voting on April 2nd on a recommended budget to send to the RTM for their deliberations and vote. There are 8 hearings in total scheduled prior to the vote, 5 sessions to hear departmental budgets. This is number 2 of 5. We have an additional 2 hearings held in reserve without a fixed agenda for the board to address follow-up questions or new information that comes to light during the process, and a public budget hearing on March 29th. The topics to be covered in each hearing will be included in each posted agenda and are also available in advance on a schedule that can be accessed through the homepage of the town website, along with the budget book we'll be referring to throughout this evening and the remaining deliberations. We encourage community participation in the process, and residents are always encouraged to send comments and questions in writing to the board via the link on the Board of Finance page on the town website. At each hearing, we'll provide a forum for live public comment that's pertinent to the budget topics on that evening's agenda. Live comment can be provided whether members of the public attend the meeting in person or via Zoom. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person, and it's a time for residents to make a statement for the board to consider. It's not an interactive Q&A format. So if residents have questions or want to have a discussion on any particular item, please use the link on the town website to reach out to board members in writing. And once again, as I mentioned, we'll be holding a public hearing Saturday morning, March 29th at Ward High School. That is another opportunity for residents to have their voices heard on any aspect of the budget before the board votes. Before we move into item 3, just a couple housekeeping items from our last meeting. We talked about a legal opinion regarding organizational changes. Do you have an update on timing?
I would say within the next roughly 7 to 10 days.
Okay.
He is actively working on it.
Okay. I can't remember when we have the legal on the budget, but we can hopefully it'll be done by then. The second question I had, I don't know if it got in the book, but we had asked for the interns in the first selectman office comparison of where they were in the budget last time. So
that's being worked on. That's good.
Okay. The town clerk's salary, just for everyone's information, Mr. Matola and Mr. Walsh are working on that, doing some benchmarking, and will be prepared to make a recommendation to the board. For the board's reference, the nonprofits that we fund that are in the budget book, they don't typically come before us, but each agency that receives funding from the town provides some information about what they do with the money and their financial information, and that has been posted on the answer sheet. So please take a look at that and submit any questions you have in writing. I don't think there'll be a need to ask them to come before us, but just in case. And then the last question, I don't know if we raised this or not, but is it possible, we talked about getting organization charts, so I think we're gonna get those from each department head as they come along. Okay. And did the administration prepare a summary of headcount changes from last year? I know usually we see that in the intro, but we didn't get that. Is it possible to get that?
Sure.
Okay.
Total headcount.
Yet. Total count.
Yeah, like budget to budget. That would be
Budget with a net.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, so let's move on to item 3, discussion of the budgets, and we'll start with the assessor department, and that's on page 86. of the budget book. And for those members of the public following along, when we refer to page numbers, we'll be referring to the PDF of the posted budget book, and the page number is in the bottom right-hand corner. Yes. So the numbers are on, the intro begins on page 84 with the narrative, and the numbers are on page 86. And I see Ross Murray up there to take us through this budget. Welcome.
I'm here and I'm make sure you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can. Thank you and welcome.
Very good. Thank you for having me tonight. The budget, again, mine is pretty straightforward, hopefully. I'll run you through the highlights. Under my IT and software, we have about a $7,500 increase. And those items are maintenance items for quality data services, which does our administrative and personal property software systems. And we have also our vision camera system, which does our real estate. And the other large item there is our Near Maps subscription, which provides us with aerial images twice a year. Under fees and professionals, I have a significant drop, and that is due to the last year that we would be budgeting for the revaluation, which is going to wrap up at the end of the year. The RFP was completed in the spring, so we have a better idea of the final cost on that. So we are estimating it'll be about $755,000 total, and that's down from our original estimate of $850,000. The rest of the items are fairly small changes up and down, with the exception of our travel and meeting. We do have a new hire that is attending classes, so we're budgeting a bit more for him to take his courses.
Hey, thank you for providing the update. Questions from the board on this budget? Mr. Curley?
Yeah, I don't have a question about the revenue or expense, but I did have a question about the on the summary page, the senior and disabled tax.
Okay, yeah, and that's actually the next item listed, so
Okay.
we'll ask Ross about that. But does anyone, Mr. Matola on the department?
Yeah, it's related to the rebound. Ross, when do you expect everything to be completed with this? You said the end of the year. Is that literally like in December?
For the revaluation, we will hope to have notices out of the new values in December. The public or the citizens will have an opportunity to have an informal hearing at that time with the revaluation company. Then we will wrap up and finalize numbers through January and sign the grand list at the end of January. And then if they will have the opportunity for the regular process, which will be back to the Board of Assessment Appeals by February 20th.
Okay, thank you. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just follow up? So is that grand list, what grand list does that affect? Does it affect this October or next October?
It is the October 1 of 25 grand list,
Okay,
but it's for the fiscal year 27.
right,
So it would be the 26 tax bills.
right. So we're finishing it up in January, but it would be it's on the previous.
Right, and that's
Yeah.
normal timing. Like
Yep.
we signed in January of 25, I signed the 24 grand list.
Got it. Other questions, Mr. Myers?
I'm sorry if I missed it. Did you say what is the time period for when these inspections are gonna take place?
Inspections will be taking place starting shortly. We're going to be sending out data mailers hopefully in the next couple of weeks. And based on the results of the data mailers, that will determine what homes need to be inspected.
Okay, and in terms of communication to the public about these inspections, what is the plan in terms of letting the public know about how these are gonna work? Are there town body meetings and things like that? How are you gonna do that?
We will put it on the website primarily. We can't notify them individually when we'll be at their house. There's too much volume to do that. But we will have, the police will be notified of who's in the field and where approximately what area of town they'll be in. We don't really want to publicize that too much. There's always a concern that, you know, a bad actor could take advantage of that if they know where they're going to be in the rough areas. So we don't publicize where they're going to be, but the police will know, and they will be ID'd, and their cars will be identified.
I mean, are we concerned that the town might have questions? I mean, residents are maybe not familiar with how this process works, or are we thinking of at least offering a session where citizens
Yeah,
can
we'll-
come and ask questions about how it's gonna work and how big the revaluation could be? I know there's a lot of concerns that it's gonna be quite high. First selectman said it could be 30%, so.
We will have public sessions to inform them of the results in the fall, once we have, you know, better idea of what the numbers will look like. And it'll be published on the website, and we'll use the first selectman's email to also push information out.
Okay, and then in terms of the company that you selected, what's the name of the company?
The company's name is Tyler Technologies.
Okay.
They're a national firm, but they have a local presence that's been around for many years.
And what is the cost comparison? I know you said $755, but what is the cost compared to the last time we did this?
I believe the last reval was about 350,000, but that did not include inspections or data mailers to all the homes. Each reval is a bit, we bid this a bit differently. This is not a fixed cost. So they will be billing us per inspection. So we have estimated that it'll take 50 to get that done. It would have been more expensive if we had a fixed cost. So we're hoping this will save us some money in the long run.
Okay, are you all set?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Ruggiero.
Hi, in regards to the 30% that the first selectman, you had said that the increase could be about 30% on the reval. Do you know what that's based on?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
What is it based on? What kind of early read are we getting with the estimates to assume that it's gonna be up 30%?
Based on,
Well, that was me, that wasn't.
I know, I said
You could
that.
ask me.
Oh, I would have, okay, what is it based on?
It's based on a lot of towns did revals last year. And there were a lot of towns that were in the 25% range.
This is the revals that what the state mandates every 5 years, right?
Every 5, it alternates between a partial and a full. This is a full.
And 5 years ago, doesn't feel like 5 years ago, but maybe it was, we saw a huge increase in the beach area of like 30% then. And then some areas like Greenfield Hill actually went down. So it just depended on where you lived. We're thinking 30%.
did not have any, I don't think we had any areas that went down. We had areas that did not go up as much as others. And that's really why you're doing a reval, is to rebalance the valuations throughout the town and redistribute the tax burden based on value.
And when you talked about timing and you said it's effective for 26, there's impact in this budget, or that would be next year's budget?
Next
Like, are we
year,
getting 6 months? We're not getting any impact from the
it
reval?
would be a 26-27 budget, because it would be the tax bills that go out July 1st of 26.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruggiero. Mr. Walsh?
How you doing, Ross? How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
In regards to the revaluation, I came in at the end of your conversation. Do you guys find that people just like allow some stranger to walk up to their house and just let them into their house?
No.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the whole process.
Which is the reason we're going to we're gonna try to rely on data mailers as much as possible.
Okay.
We're finding, in the industry you're getting a better response, and the actual entry rate is so low that it really doesn't make much sense anymore to send people out to doors and try to get in. It's not producing good results.
Right, so why do we even try? I mean, in this day and age, like somebody coming up, anybody can make up an ID and put it on their chest. I mean, and say, I'm an assessor. I mean, it
Right.
seems like, I mean,
Well, I
it just
can
seems like,
tell you
it
that
seems like, why would we even give that a shot in this day and age?
because we're required by state law.
Okay.
State law has not caught up with the International Association of Assessors guidelines, which does now allow, we'll call it a desktop evaluation, where you use updated street level imagery, you use aerial imagery, you use your building permits that you've kept up with over time, and you use data mailers. And then you do a drive-by of the house, but you don't actually go out and knock on the door and attempt entry. But again, the state statutes have not caught up with that new standard that the International Association has put forth.
So you're forced by state statute, which the legislators of this state have just not caught up to current time.
Right.
Okay.
And I don't believe that I don't know when the international standard changed, but it has not been out there very long.
All right. And does that state statute say you have to go to every house?
It says that we have to go to a house where we do not get a data mailer back, or if the data mailer is not satisfactory. So if they don't answer all the questions, we may have to go out. We will go out on some as a quality control measure, and then if they don't return one, we'll have to go out.
Okay.
So but we do intend to do several rounds of data mailers to try to drive that number of good returns up and keep the number of actual visits down.
Okay, do you agree with the first selectman's estimation that you believe that the assessment increase will be 30%?
It's probably gonna be very close to that, if not more.
Okay, and have you been told that by any of the professional companies we've already hired?
No.
Okay, and what are you basing that on?
Conversations with other assessors that have gone through revals, they're seeing 30 to 40% on real estate, 20 plus on commercial. So overall, they're seeing 30+% increases in their grand list.
Okay. And do you expect certain areas to go up higher than others?
Yes.
Can you tell me what areas that you know of that you believe, as our assessor, will go up higher than normal?
I don't have that prepared.
Okay. You have no sense off the top of your head?
I would say the western end of town will probably go up more than the eastern side of town in general.
Okay.
Which is about opposite of what happened in the last reval.
Okay. And where do we stand right now with the revaluation? What have you done so far? What is, or the company we've hired done?
We have our street level images completed, and we're working on getting those loaded into Vision, and data mailers are getting ready to go out in about a week or two.
Okay. And where does the aerials come in? You aerial every house in town?
We have two different aerials. We have our near map, which gets done twice a year, and then we had a recent flyover through the MetroCog this past the spring of '24. So we have a fresh flights. We use the MetroCog flight from '24 to do. They took our sketches and overlaid them onto each house, and we've been going through that data when it's indicated that there's a discrepancy. So we've been cleaning up that data via aerials.
Okay. When do the mailers go out?
Hopefully within another week or two, middle of March.
Okay. And then you'll figure out after a month or so, after you receive responses, how many houses you're gonna have to go out to physically or seek to physically inspect?
Well, we'll probably have some indication, each resident will have the option of asking for an inspection if they want it. If they indicate there's, extensive changes to the card, we'll probably go out on those. As far as the ones that are not returned, again, we'll do a second and possibly a third round of data mailers to try to reduce the number of inspections.
Okay. And are we gonna be talking about revenue with him tonight or separately?
Next item, so
Next item, okay.
this is just on the, oh, you mean that the little bit of revenue in the $3,000?
Well, I wanna talk to Ross about the change in the laws regarding our the tax, the personal
Yeah,
property.
next item, yes, definitely, okay.
And then are we still asking general questions about the budget?
Yeah, just the, we're on the expense budget.
Okay, and we have not received any of the org charts, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ross, I don't have an org chart for you. We're supposed to be getting them at some point in time, but since I don't want to have to call you back, can you explain your org chart based on your personnel summary? So you're at the top,
Okay.
right?
Yep, I have a deputy assessor.
And how does that person? Does that person like go one line below you on a typical org chart?
Yes,
So it'd be one line down in the middle to another box that would be the deputy assessor.
yep. I have two, well, actually I have I think it's called the senior assessor
Yes.
and an assistant assessor, if I remember the titles correctly. The senior assessor has about 40% of the town, and she also does the real, personal property. We have another assessor that, does about 20% of the town, the building permits in the town, and assists the clerical staff at the counter with whatever needs to be done, motor vehicles, elderly apps and so forth.
So that person seems to be called an appraiser, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay,
I
so,
think there's a different title in the org charts. Let me see if
you have an org chart for your department?
I don't have an org chart in front of me, but I have the title. So the senior assessor, so it goes deputy, senior, and then assessor. And then I have my admin 3, which is my lead clerk, the head clerk. And then I have two other clerks, administrative support 1s under her.
Okay, because we have nothing in your description in your budget on page 87 that has admin 3. So I'm not sure whether you're talking about a clerk typist or a secretary A. Those are the titles we have. And everybody just go like, who reports to the deputy assessor?
It would be the senior assessor and the assessor 1.
And so it's the senior assessor and this person called an appraiser?
Yeah, I'm seeing if I have, okay, I have the page you're on. I had a different printout. Yeah, senior assessor and assessor. And then secretary A,
Wait a minute, the senior, I'm asking, is the appraiser what you keep calling an assessor?
I'm sorry, appraiser, I'm sorry, I'm
Okay.
a mistake. So it'd be the appraiser and the senior assessor,
Okay, they both report to the deputy assessor.
right?
Okay. And then where does the clerk typist, do you see that?
Yes, there's 2,
There's 2 of them. Who do they report to?
secretary A,
Secretary A. Who does
Yeah.
Secretary A report to?
me.
Secretary A, okay. Okay, so I just want to be clear. You and you have two reports, the deputy assessor and secretary A, correct?
Correct.
And then below the deputy assessors, the senior assessor and the appraiser.
Correct.
And below the secretary A is the clerk, two different clerk typists.
That's correct.
Great. Okay, this is just another example why we need to get the org charts, save us a lot of time.
We should also get rid of these 1950s titles like this. I mean, I'm sure that's not.
I mean, I would just like to ask Mr. Walsh if you're okay with the way the charts were last year, if that's what you like.
Are they all the same?
The
Or
chart
they
last
been
year
updated?
had an assessor, deputy assessor, and everyone else was under the deputy assessor. It was an appraiser, a clerk typist, senior assessor, and secretary A. If that's the level you want, then that's what we'll give you.
What I'd like is for it to be correct. So
Well,
if that's the
you
way,
don't
no,
normally
don't
put
interrupt me, Bill.
everyone-
Bill, don't interrupt me. What I'd like is, he just told me what his org chart was. It's not then what you just told me it was.
So you want something more than's ever been done.
No, I want it to be correct. Is it?
Okay,
is
well,
it-
here's what it looked like last year. Does
Okay,
that help you?
And the year before.
And the year before, and the year before.
Okay.
Does that help you? Do you want that?
well, it helps me, but it's not accurate. So
Okay.
I don't know why your administration wanted to put something out that was inaccurate.
Well, we didn't put it out.
Did you not put that out last year?
Oh,
You were
no,
the
you're right.
first selectman.
That was.
Okay,
how
I
it
just want, and I think this
You
full
want
board
every
wants,
single employee, 500 employees on an org chart?
that's what I'd like to see per department,
I don't.
like we'd
think
had.
that's different than what I thought you were asking. You don't typically put a secretary A and a secretary B. I mean, I guess it's doable. That's a bigger task. In
So,
the past, we had a
Yeah,
few
why don't-
boxes that
Yeah,
were.
why don't we start with what we had last year, assuming it's
Or
correct?
the year before, or the year before that.
Hang on.
Where it was changed.
Yeah, I think the level, I think what we agreed last time was that we could take copies of last year's unless there were changes, right?
I'm just curious,
Yeah, and if there's, now in this one, it sounds like last year's might have been slightly incorrect, but whatever, we take copies of last year, if they need to be corrected, they need to be corrected. And I think what everyone was really more interested in is the newer.
not Mr. Walsh, he wants everyone in the organization, 450 people
So
on the
just,
org chart.
I think,
A secretary reports to this, or like, who asks for that?
I think that people don't remember kind of how the organization works from year to year. So if we just put the prior year one in here, assuming it's still correct or handed out the prior one, I think that's fine. And then I think the real interest is in the newer ones.
That's not what I'm hearing from Mr. Walsh, so
Okay.
maybe put in.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get what's correct. I'm just trying to get what's correct.
Which secretary reports to which person,
Yeah.
which appraiser, that's what you want. I'm not sure I'm gonna give it to you, but you can vote against the budget then,
All right,
because
guys.
that's ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Nobody does.
All right, well, let's start with,
Find an org chart.
let's start with what we've had historically and inclusive of any corrections for the existing ones. And then I think that the the departments where there've been changes will prompt more. So it's gonna be, and I know you guys are working on that. Okay. So are there any other questions on the expense budget? Yes,
Well, I don't know if it's on the expense budget. I wouldn't say it is. It's part of the discussion.
on
we're
the
having.
organization? Okay.
Yeah, well, no, not on the organization. I just wanted to ask about the notification. So with the letters that are going out that we're gonna get in the mail next week, like, are we gonna, did you say, I just wanna make sure I understood, is there gonna be communication or notice to the public that, like in the first selectman's letter? Because usually, I mean, I don't know how many people might just throw that thing in the garbage, like,
We will put it out in the first selectmen's newsletter that they're.
that they're coming, so at least we can be looking for it, because I think that if people know it's coming,
Good
Yep.
idea.
it would be very helpful, because without that, I mean, I get questionnaires all the time, and I'm right in the garbage.
Or if they know it's coming, they may wanna throw it out anyway.
Well, maybe, I mean, I would rather not have somebody ring my doorbell. But, yeah, no, I just wanted to see what the communication was gonna be like, that's helpful, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on the expense budget?
has there been any better determination in regards to the, like, department head in this situation and the raises? Because once again, the assessor gets a 3% increase. But then we saw at the last meeting, other department heads did not get any increase at all. So is there anything that you have in regards to why certain people are getting 3% increases this year? And why you gave increases to certain department heads? Was it based on certain department heads perform better, based on reviews? What is the reasoning for why certain department heads got increases and some did not? Because now I'm starting to see that some people got 3% increases.
Yeah, if you could find her. I'll let
Okay,
Kevin-
and that's a good question. I do recall last year, and maybe this is the same. I know that the meriting or the, normal year-end increases were held in contingency, but I think we had, I don't know if there was any kind of longevity or step that was in the book. So is that the same way you've done it?
These were trued up to the actual amounts that they're being paid. Nobody received any adjustments since then. Last year, there were reductions for all the longevity on the assumption there may be a change in that.
So.
There was no change because the policy hasn't changed.
So can I just so in this case, the department head, so if last year their raise was held in contingency and then it came out, this is their current salary right now
But no one's raises held in contingency have come out yet.
for next year,
This current year,
right?
the money is still sitting in contingency. And the raises have not occurred yet.
So does that mean the 140 is not correct?
The numbers that were used were trued up to what's actually being paid at this time.
Just to, sorry if I'm dense here, but
No.
so we're looking at a year-over-year change. Is the 140 the equivalent of what the department head is being paid now? It is.
They were trued up to the second.
What's the 144 then?
And then the 144 is an increase. So is that, I guess we're confused because we thought that some of the increases were being carried in contingency. Some department heads have them.
So, yeah, there are some that are in contingency. I don't know about this one. I don't have the contingency schedule.
What we said last time was that for those that were in contingency, we would go over that when we discussed contingency, because we were trying to figure out what was in the book and what wasn't. So this is just a normal, this is not longevity or anything like that. This is just is this meant to be the normal annual increase here?
It should be, but what we're gonna do when we go through contingencies to show by individual who's in there in terms of a budgeted raise. I don't think there's anyone during the past year's gotten a raise. I'm not sure. In terms of department heads.
Okay, so the 140 is trued up to Munis. And the 144 is the anticipated increase. So we shouldn't expect to see the assessor in the contingency.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Ruggiero?
If I can request, when we look at the contingency, just because I know last week I was asking some questions because some had it and I wasn't sure. Is there a way, like just to tell us, I guess, because rather than us flipping through each page, I mean, I guess I could go through and make a list myself, but like the tax assessor's raise is included, so he shouldn't be on the contingency. I think the IT guy got nothing last week when we were talking. I mean,
It may be.
and then the other guy, the environmental guy,
Conservation.
conservation got a pretty nice one.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to, I guess what I thought that when you said about this true up, I thought you were saying that, well, you were alluding to that the 140 was not necessarily like maybe something happened in between and their actual current salary is the 144. And then we're still holding something in contingency, but maybe I heard that or misunderstood it. So I'm just not following why some are in and why some are out.
So if you go in this, 144 number. The numbers are supposed to be in the 26, which is what they're actually being paid right now. So. we'll have to
In
look at-
26 or 25?
In 20, currently
Yeah.
being paid that amount. Those are the numbers that are.
So then I think
40,
what you're saying is he's forgive me for interrupting. I think what you're saying then is right now, we're in 25 and he's currently at 144 in Munis,
Based upon the detail.
which is what I thought he was saying that the numbers last
I
year.
thought at that at first too, but then I got confused.
So it sounds like this number that's in this current year budget is not accurate.
So I would just say, because in that this affects many and we're working through it and then we're planning to discuss when we go to use the account, any raise forecast and all of that. That it would be probably more helpful to take all department heads as a whole, their numbers. That, I know that came up the other day. We haven't gone through because some of them have longevity. Last year, some of the numbers were longevity was taken down, even if they were due longevity. So there's some factors in there. So part of it isn't just so much speaking to what is right now in actual, but also trying to go back and understand why the 25 number was that way. So for some of them, they literally were forecasted or receiving longevity, and if I remember last year, it was stripped out in a number of instances.
Well, it was put in contingency because we were waiting for an update of the department head. We had that whole issue with former first selectwoman's severance, and so you guys were updating the policy. And in the policy, there were questions about longevity, so I think we ended up stripping those out of the numbers and putting them into contingency pending the outcome of that. I guess,
I had a follow-up.
yeah, and just, maybe I was asking it wrong, but the way I remember it from the past, the 140, and this happens every year, this is the problem with putting numbers in contingency, is the 140 is not really correct, because the raise that was associated with fiscal 25 in last year, so this 140 agrees with last year's book, right?
Correct.
Okay, but the actual salary would have included an increase to that, which was held in contingency last year. So what you're saying is that current salary is 144 and it's being kept flat, but it looks like it's an increase because part of last year's number was in contingency.
Right.
And I just wanna, in that we talked about on Thursday, we're working on getting more details
Okay.
across the board. So I don't wanna have us
Okay.
give a wrong answer
So,
for today.
Yeah, I think what would be helpful is when we go through the contingency, if Ms. Ruggiero suggested, maybe just, there's not that many department heads, so we could just show. Cause it seems like there's some pieces, possibly there's longevity, some people got a market adjustment. And then some people will get their normal merit increase, but that's not reflected in the budget, that's somewhere else, so, okay.
That is being worked on.
Okay, all right, so we need that when we go through it.
Also,
Just-
one person, Kelly, seems to do a great job, seemed to get no increase from the 25 approved to 26.
Yeah, well, we'll have to figure out those details when we get it's confusing, I agree with you, so that's why I think we need the list by person, so we can understand it.
What I was gonna ask is, for the 25 budget, when we're looking at, aren't we gonna have some issues if it was sitting in contingency and it's not in the department? Are you going over there? Like, or how do we get
We're
like,
supposed to approve a transfer to take
yeah,
it
like,
out
why
of
do we have to go through and do, or maybe some of it's offset, cause it doesn't look like it's that huge, but in
Yeah.
some cases, you might have like, someone that's not a vacant role that's kind of gonna offset it, you don't need the extra transfer. But
We
if
need
you're
to
full
do the
staff, you need a
transfer. The transfer has to be done before year end. I mean, the budget authorization is for the full year, so we haven't done the transfers yet, but we wouldn't have violated anything because we're only partway through.
We could do it even in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Like after the quarterly review or something, we would do that, right?
So that contingency transfer should get done, and then we'll look at the detail for the department heads. When we go through contingency, yeah, but it would be helpful to say, okay, you know, prior year book, prior year contingency, this is what they're making now, market adjustment, new increase in contingency, and so we could see all the pieces, okay. Other questions on this?
On the budget itself.
Yes.
Ross, are you still doing work for the town of Trumbull?
Yes,
You're still their assessor?
I'm not their assessor.
What are you?
I would call myself a consultant. I go in about no more than 2 half days a week.
Okay. And does the town of Fairfield get reimbursed for that time that you're out of the office?
Yes.
Can you explain how that works?
Ross submits his hours to finance and we charge the town of, I guess it's Trumbull based on an hourly rate based on his salary.
What's that hourly rate?
I don't know offhand.
Can you get that, hourly rate to me, and can you get the agreement that you have with Trumbull?
I think we sent it to you.
Yeah, we got it previously. Where is that revenue in the budget, though?
I believe it's reimbursement of his expenses, but I'll have to confirm that. And his salary, I have to confirm that. I think it's a reimbursement of his salary. If we pay, it's his salary's grossed up and there'll be a reimbursement.
Okay, I don't see a contra account or a revenue account for
Well,
it.
that started this year, I believe. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay, so you're saying it won't be in next year's budget?
I have to confirm that it's being counted against salary. But we
Okay.
continue to bill the town of Trumbull with these performing services for.
Okay, all right, I'll add that to the open items. Okay. Any other questions?
Ross, is it ever more than 2 half days a week?
It has not been, no,
Okay, and has that affected your job?
no,
Being the assessor? No?
no, if it did, I would stop.
Okay. So we basically can work with an assessor who works 30 hours a week here?
I work more than
Not-
30
not-
hours a week,
How do you do that?
because I don't work 8:30 to 4:30.
Okay,
I'm here to 5:30, 6 o'clock at night.
okay, so you still put in a full work week here?
I don't track my hours that closely.
Well, Tom does.
But I
Tom does.
I've contacted him over the weekend. It really is, I do contact, he was on vacation this past weekend and I was on the phone with him.
Okay. Tom, is there any other departments we can make money off of other towns by renting out?
Again, I don't think
department
we're
heads?
that we otherwise would have paid him.
Well, we're reducing the amount of the salary because we're getting reimbursed.
I don't know that,
Is that in this budget, though? I mean, I
Yeah,
just
that's what I wanna know.
okay, I don't think it's relevant to the budget. Is this arrangement gonna end by the end of the fiscal year?
Supposed to end in April,
Okay.
or it could be
Okay, so
re-upped.
we have an open question as to where is the income from Trumbull? I mean, that would be in the actual somewhere. It probably wasn't budgeted last year, but we may see it in our quarterly review in the actuals. Okay.
What does that mean when you say, Bill, it could be re-upped in April?
Well, I think
Was it a one-year
just-
agreement?
It's in the agreement. I think it can be mutually agreed upon to extend it.
Okay. Ross, do you know if they've hired somebody?
No, they have not.
They've not. Are they looking to hire somebody?
Yes.
Okay, but you have no idea when it's gonna end.
Well, we've both towns have agreed to, relook at this closely in April. And I will end at any time it interferes with my job in Fairfield.
Okay, well, since to some degree it should be in the budget, if there's a possibility of it extending, or we think it's going to expand. I mean, it's been here for how long, a year?
I believe I started in November.
November, so it's 6 months. So,
I mean, I wouldn't put personally, I would not put revenue in the budget in the absence of an agreement past April. I mean,
why not?
because we don't have an agreement for him to work in Trumbull after April.
Things could change in any year too.
Okay, as we go through the budgets, the other budgets, remember that you said that.
Yeah.
Because there's other things where we ask about agreements on revenue,
Mhm.
whether they should be in the budget.
Fair
Okay.
point. Okay. This sounds like a small amount though, and, okay, any other questions on the budget?
Tom, you're gonna give me those answers? Okay, and just tell me also how much we've made off of this deal?
What I would suggest is either I'll do it or Tom can do it, but these questions need to go in the sheet so that the documents, the responsive documents and answers can be available for everyone and that they're there, so that we don't lose them and we're not, communicating via email or whatever. Because I know everyone likes to refer back to those details prior to us voting, et cetera. All right, if there's no more questions on the budget, I'd like to move to any questions that we have for Ross on the budget summary sheet, which it is the sheet that calculates the mill rate. So this has the grand list on it. It has motor vehicle values on it and some other things, credits, questions on this page, Mr. Curley?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of questions, but the first one relates to the change on the senior and disabled tax relief line item. Looks like it's going down from 3.45 million to 3.2, $250,000 or $250,000 reduction. Didn't know if there was any insight that you could share as to why that number would be expected to come down.
That is based on the fiscal year 25 actual number. So, you know, we've seen a decrease in participation over the years due to seniors selling their homes or dying. And that's what it was revised to based on the actual number for this past year.
And so when was that number available, or when is it through? Is it this past June?
Right, so the elderly applications are taken through May 15th.
Yeah.
And the postal final number is available in June. There are some people that get extensions, and then after the billing goes out, we do prorates for those that have passed away, sold their homes and no longer eligible. So it's never finalized until, you know, probably October. But we have a pretty close number, and it doesn't change a great deal with the proration or the few extensions.
Sure.
Russ, you said we've had declining participation in the program. I don't know if you know this, but is that a function of less seniors living in the town of Fairfield, or is it a function of just less seniors who are eligible for senior tax relief?
That I don't know. There's not great data available that you can get to find out what the income of your seniors are. So we don't know what the population is that's out there and that could actually qualify for the program. We've tried various outreach programs over the past few years and it really hasn't changed the number in the program.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, I know that we all assumed that given the increase in real estate values, you know, seniors had golden opportunity over the last few years to cash out and sell their homes, and you know that was driving some of the reduction. I wasn't sure if that was, you know, if that was resulting in this decrease, or if we just have a, I don't know, like a wealthier demographic in town, or what?
I think it's a combination of both. You know, you have seniors that are selling a house and taking advantage of the market, and you know, you're being left with a wealthier population.
Thank you. All right, sorry. Did you have another question?
Not on that. I do have one on the supplemental.
Okay.
So skipping down a little bit on the summary page, can you enlighten us on the pretty dramatic change on the supplemental motor vehicle line item?
Yep, that is based on our actual numbers that we've been looking at. We had a pretty big drop in, or I'm sorry, an increase because of COVID, and that's now started to temper. I'm just looking for my analysis here. So our 23 supplemental was 112,000, so we're, you know, estimating that at being flat right now.
I thought there was a $1 million change at the Board of Selectmen level from 112 to 113.
Yeah, we have 113 million.
Yeah, I think we might have increased that because there's legislation now that allows you to change the depreciation schedule on motor vehicles. So that will cause an increase to the, to those numbers.
Ms. Ruggiero?
So in watching the Board of Selectmen meeting, and when they took up that revenue, my understanding was that the state allows the amount of the automobile to, it was supposed to be a tax advantage, was the way I understood it. That you could take a depreciated amount on the vehicle, so the person would be taxed less, which was a benefit from the state. But we're choosing not to pass that benefit to the taxpayers, and that's why we increased it $1 million at the Board of Selectmen. Is that correct?
So there was quite a bit of changes in the motor vehicle taxation strategy for this year. We went from a value-based system where we would base the car on its current or its value as of October 1st of the prior year to a depreciated MSRP. So now we're taking the MSRP of the vehicle and it's on a depreciation schedule, so it's no longer based on value. That did not lower it for everybody. Some people saw an increase, some people saw a decrease. It wasn't, it did not benefit everybody. That's true throughout the state.
Okay. But my
this-
understanding was that it was supposed to be a tax benefit, that's the way it was described. Yet somehow we came
It's
up
not-
with an incremental $1 million of revenue.
It's not a, there is they did not tax, it's not a benefit. They changed the taxing strategy from a value-based method to a depreciation from the MSRP.
I guess my
They were-
question
they
is,
were
how
trying-
did you come up with the incremental $1 million then? Why wasn't it there from the beginning if there wasn't something that was changing?
I'm trying to think back now. Let's see.
Madam Chair.
The bill answer?
Ross,
Yes,
when you first came to us with the assessed values on, preliminary assessed values on property and cars, I recall the car assessments were down by I can't remember if it was 6 or 9%. And you explained that that was because of the switch from the market value approach to the depreciated MSRP approach. But you didn't, I don't believe you explained it as a benefit for, I mean, maybe that's what they said in the press. I remember we got a lot of emails thinking it was going to be worse. I thought it was done to make your job, the assessors asked for this, right? To make their jobs easier so they didn't have to look up market value every year for everything.
well, I think the real goal was to try to create consistency throughout the state on the values and that way and to stop what happened during COVID when the used car market took off because there was a lack of cars. So we saw, a large increase in 21 to our motor vehicles because of that. So they were trying to create a little certainty in the motor vehicles and that it will always go down 5% a year until it bottoms out at 500, if it does.
So my understanding was that this big drop off, I can't remember if it was 6 or 9%, but it was pretty huge, unexpected. A lot of towns saw this. The million that Amy Ruggiero is talking about is our initial assessed values it included that decrease of 9% in car assessed values. The state came back, I guess they realized that was extreme because they started with 85% or 80% of MSRP.
85 is the start, right?
Is the start. And then they realized that was extreme for a lot of towns and they said you can use 5% higher than that.
Yes, that was
How did we go to 85 to 90 or
last week.
85? I'm sorry, what?
That was signed off by the governor last week.
Right. So it's not, from what I understand, it still may be less than last year, But it's more than what it would have been had we followed the new law at 80% or 85.
85, yeah. Right, it will
So
go,
people are not gonna see an increase in their, and they may still see a decrease. They're not gonna see as big a decrease.
you can't generalize it because it's going to be
It's different.
Right, it's gonna be different for everybody. You can't just say everyone's gonna see a decrease because of the new methodology. It's going to be different for different people in different year cars and different vehicles. So it's not gonna be consistent.
Yeah, can I just, but to your point though, that would not have flown through as a savings, because if we weren't taxing cars, the net expenses we have to raise through taxes would be charged to real estate instead.
That's correct. If you have a
Yeah, so
if you have
this impacts people who might own a car and rent, for example.
right,
And
so if you
and in
have a
communities
decrease,
that have a higher mill rate, they were being charged exorbitant amounts on their cars because of the way it was done last time.
right, so if you have a decrease in your motor vehicle portion of your grand list, then it's gonna be made up by shifting that tax burden to the real estate and the personal property.
For the individual homeowner?
Right, yes. So if you reduce the motor vehicle grand list, it's just going to shift that tax burden to the other two categories.
Yeah,
Because
because we have,
In
we
the
have
end,
to
you have to
raise,
raise, right,
yeah,
in
we
the
have
end,
to
you have to
raise
raise.
the 345 million. And so this is just how you divvy it up. So that's gonna be charged on real estate and on cars.
Right,
And
the the assessment determines your share of the taxes.
Did you get your question answered? Yep. Okay, Mr. Walsh?
Ross, following up on this change, this depreciated MSRP, that's a state statute now?
Yes,
Okay. So there's a state statute, and the state statute said you started at 85%
yes,
year one for a brand new car?
yes. Everybody started at 85.
And then you depreciate it 5% a year. So for a normal car, my quick math is before the governor changed it, it was 17 years, you would go down to zero and there'd be no assessment.
No, it stops at 15% with a minimum of 500.
Okay. Okay, so how is it that the legislature has a statute and the governor changes it?
The governor didn't change it. The legislature
Oh, the legislature met. and they
Legislature
changed-
passed it and the governor signed it last week.
Okay, I thought you were saying the governor
No,
did
they,
not itself.
they put
Okay.
their,
Okay, so now this,
made the change.
so it's been changed to 90%.
That's an option.
But explain to me the option. Is this a town option or is this an individual, like I can choose?
No, it's a
One
local
car to be-
municipal option, not
So,
individual.
So the option is that Fairfield can go with a value-based system? Or
No,
go with the
we-
depreciated
the only-
MSRP?
The only option is to start your depreciation at 90 and bottom at 20.
90 and bottom at 20.
Right.
Or still the $500 or just 20%?
Still the 500.
20%.
Or 85 and 15.
Right, or you use 85 down to 15.
Okay. Okay. So was there a vote by the Board of Selectmen on this, or how did Fairfield exercise their option?
That it has not been exercised yet.
Okay, how is that done? By the Board of Selectmen or by the RTM?
The RTM.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're going with a number that's in here at $113 million with some type of presumption that the RTM will
No,
approve
I
this?
think I misspoke on the 113.
Oh.
That number we revised based on what we've seen over the past years on the supplemental list. So our supplemental list went up 9% last year. And we would expect to see a bit of an increase this year. even if we stay at the 85 to 15 depreciation schedule. So we increase that a bit based on the history of what we've seen.
Okay. So it has nothing to do with this change that was made by the legislature and
No,
approved
that-
by, and signed off by the
I
government.
misspoke on that. The changing of the depreciation schedule is not, as far as I know, been factored into the revenue.
Okay, and what made you change your number from originally from 112 million on supplemental to go up to 113? Did you call the first selectman, said, I woke up this morning, I was thinking about it last night, and I think it should go up? Or were there hearings about it? How, explain to me how that changes, because normally that number doesn't change. I've never seen you change it before.
It changes. It
I've never
changes.
seen it change in the book.
It changes between our meeting and when the mill rate is set every year. I mean,
The number has to get produced and provided pretty early, back in November, December, and that's before the supplemental list is even wrapped up.
Okay.
I'm just plugging in here, battery's going low. Before the supplemental list is even completed for 23. So once that list is completed and we've got it wrapped up and we can do the analysis, you know, we have a 9% increase versus a almost 2% decrease the prior year.
can I just make a suggestion, because we are already an hour in here? A lot of these numbers, and correct me if I'm wrong, but these will get updated before we set the mill rate. I know we always change the BAA adjustments and like these get tweaked every year. So this is right now our estimate for determining what the mill rate is, but I'm assuming that these are gonna get updated again, so I don't, you know,
Well,
just put that out there.
Russ, is your supplemental motor vehicle number gonna change again between now and, you know, May? At some point, you're gonna tell us that it's changed up or down? You keep looking at it?
Not likely at this point.
Okay, so you do your analysis after you start getting the supplemental.
Once it's
And then-
complete,
Okay, once it's complete, when do you complete that normal, every year?
usually mid to late December.
Okay, so that's why it went up and you went and told them
Right.
that it should go up by $1 million.
That's
And
correct.
once you do that, you normally don't change that number, correct?
No, not unless,
Okay.
if we were to adopt the 90 to 20% depreciation schedule, then it could change.
And the BAA changes because we're having, you know, hearings go on now, like
They're-
we're live with hearings right now, right?
Right, they're midway through their decision process. They have-
Exactly, and that's, we get to an endpoint during this process, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Can we, are there any other questions on this page?
I'm struggling to understand exactly, having watched the meeting, it sounded to me, and you just said we had an option. So how did we land with the option that's gonna result in an extra $1 million of revenue? Cause I'm not
It's not
following.
revenue, that's a impact on the grand list, which is this much, very little revenue. So I think it's just important for everyone to keep in mind that we have to raise the amount of money we have to raise based on what our net expense budget is. And that's just the allocation, so that's not gonna, you know.
So this, on this page, where it has this 921, that's not incremental. That's not like a line that flows to the bottom line, that's just a small percentage, is that what you're saying? I thought that was actually an offset when we added, the way I could be totally wrong. But I thought that by increasing the Board of Ed in that meeting, they found offsets. And $1 million of that was this tax thing. So that to me is a dollar for dollar
The
offset.
the grand list went up, right? So that's what you're saying, right?
No, this auto tax.
No,
Well, yeah,
she's
the
referring to
supplemental.
the 85 versus.
I'm talking about the auto
Gotcha,
tax.
okay.
I don't know if you watched the meeting, but I'm gonna go back and watch it a second time, because I'm hearing something different.
Yeah, can I answer?
Yeah,
that?
that'd be one, thank you.
Yeah, so you're right. We and Mr. Walsh is right. We are assuming the RTM is gonna pass the increase from 85% to 90%, like many towns are doing. And that will provide revenue and will allow the the mill rate to stay where it is. If that is not passed, then that revenue will not be there. It'll be, you'll have to either, they'll have to cut the budget or increase the mill rate.
It'll go back into the real estate tax though, is what I'm
That's
saying.
exactly what I'm
Yeah.
saying though. So this is a way that we increased. By taking this option, we're raising auto tax for tax
Well,
people, for
can I-
taxes, for the,
Slight,
it's
slight
two
modification to the way that, so raising it versus last year or raising it versus where it could be?
raising it where it could be.
Yeah,
We're
it
not
will be.
passing on, it's just exactly how I said it originally. We're not passing on a potential benefit
Right,
to the taxpayers.
yeah, I don't know how much of
Based
the
on what I
benefit-
saw, we're not passing on a potential tax benefit to the taxpayers.
Would have to be made
It's
up
going to
from
be,
the-
it's, to me, it seems very deceiving. Because you have property tax, you have auto tax, you're getting two separate bills. And this could have been lower.
Yeah, this could have been lower if we took the 85% and if it stays at
If
85%.
the public was to know that, I would imagine they'd go
I-
berserk.
Well, they won't go berserk because I think they were going berserk because they thought this change was actually meant to screw them and the way it turned out is net is actually a benefit. I don't know if you remember getting emails from the public saying this is gonna be worse for us. I think you're reading into this that this was done to provide a benefit. That's not what Ross told me. I don't think this was passed to provide a benefit to taxpayers, but that's not what I've heard.
Can I hear what's being said, but again, when we come up with this, the way this calculation works is we have expenses and then we have a gross tax levy required of 345 million. Right, that doesn't change. That's based on what we spend and what our non-tax revenue is.
Right.
Right, so that amount, that
Our
three,
tax-
right, but that 345 million gets split between, it gets divvied up between properties and vehicles. And so if we increase the vehicle grand list, more will be allocated to vehicles, but then it's gonna have to come out of property, right?
Yeah, but
But
I
then
would
again,
also
it's
say that the vehicle grand list at 85% evaporated value from last year. It was a number, I don't know what it was. Let's say, I don't know, what was the grand list number last year for cars?
It was, the net was 712 million.
So 712 million and 9% of that evaporated. That would be like having, because of this change in the methodology.
Right, so if that evaporated, that would have caused the real estate taxes to be higher.
Exactly, which is also what, to my point, exactly.
Yeah, so that's,
Well, no, I mean, that would make it look like the tax rate increased even more than it is, which is what's happening.
No, because the tax rate on the cars was going down significantly, so you're shifting. It wasn't, it may actually still be less at 85%. I don't know, or 90%. I don't know the number, less than last year. You're comparing the 85% to the 90%, but really you should be able to compare last year to this year. I don't think you're assuming that this huge benefit was meant to flow through to taxpayers. I don't think that's true. I think it was a change in methodology that ended up with a huge benefit for car owners that would then have had to shift the burden of paying tax to homeowners. So but you may be, we need to run the numbers and find out
I wanna
whether.
go further into this, because if you were able to offset giving back the Board of Ed $2 million by incremental revenue from this, that is impact on.
Well, look,
It's very simple. That's an impact. How is it not an impact to the taxpayers?
because, it's an impact on car owners who would have paid significantly less than they ever have paid in prior years, but,
I think is it that you put something into the motor vehicle tax pool instead of the real estate tax pool? And this calculation that the Board of Selectmen is getting to the mill rate on real estate taxes, right?
I'm not gonna just put it in simple terms.
Mhm.
We went to our first meeting with Ross and I looked at that car tax number. I was like, oh, shoot, we're screwed. You know, this new methodology means that we're gonna collect a lot less taxes
Exactly,
on
which
cars.
was what the legislation allowed people to get, the advantage.
I mean, again, that's not the way it's explained to me. I
Again,
think
it's
it was
not a
just-
net advantage, because then whatever you don't collect there would have to be assessed on your
It would
home.
be like the
Which
state
would
coming in
reflect
saying
that
that
the
whole
decrease
section
in
of
mill
town
rate.
doesn't have to pay taxes.
The
Which would
municipality,
then piss a lot of people off.
but the municipality
Well,
has
they-
the
So
option to
we're,
make.
we're basically hiding this, is what my point is.
I don't,
I don't,
I don't
so I
think we're hiding
think what
it.
happened was, it was a huge unexpected reduction in
No,
the value of cars, so that people who own cars were gonna pay a lot less than they had. And the government realized that the tax change flowed through in a way they were not expecting. They said everyone can use a different depreciation percentage, but you know, again, if that's just the way it is. If you don't like it, then I'm lobbying the RTM to vote against it, but that's just the way it is.
But right now, this is not reflecting anything that the RTM needs to do. This is just,
It does.
it does
It
reflect.
reflects what the RTM needs to,
When is the
State-
RTM gonna vote on this?
I mean,
Then we're voting on it at the end of this month prior to your votes.
that's important.
So same as some of the other assumptions, which is exactly what she said she would do, is have these in place prior to the Board of Finance.
I just,
Yes.
I just wanna make sure I heard this correctly, because we had a lot of stuff going on here. There's a change in methodology. And when you guys first looked at the results of that change in methodology from the valuation method to this depreciation method, you were looking at the initial version, which was running 85% of sticker to 15% of sticker, and roughly 5% a year.
Well, the shift was from market value to 85% or 90%, 85%.
85%. Yeah. And that was the 6 to 9% overall reduction in.
Yes.
Waiting for my turn.
Then,
Hey, guys, we
then,
the microphones are picking everyone up, so I please ask that we don't have side conversations.
so now Hartford gets together and says, wait a minute, we're gonna give the municipalities an option because that 6 to 9% reduction was not necessarily the intent. So now instead of going from 85% to 15%, now the municipalities have the option to go start at 5% higher, 90 to 20, right?
Right.
That will close the gap, the 6 to 9% reduction a little bit, but it's not gonna completely eliminate it. It's still a reduction for the auto owner.
I don't
As a
know,
whole.
yeah, I don't know what the net effect on the, but it makes sense that it would not close the gap.
Well, if the change in methodology going to the 85% level was a
Yeah.
6 to 9% reduction, and everybody by definition will have a 5% uplift.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah, it will close most of it or
not eliminate that.
Ross, do you have the number?
So the $1 million amounted to $28,000. $1 million on the grand list amounted to $28,000.
The line you're talking about. There's several lines where this is happening.
And then the other, the sort of gross, increase in the motor vehicle grand list, other than the million, that's 921,000, and that was just an update, right? And that encompasses the, what we expect the RTM to do, and we don't know how much that is worth.
Yeah,
No, that's worth the 921.
that's the 920.
That's, okay, so the expected RTM action is worth the 921.
Right.
Okay.
That's the 85 to 90 shift.
Okay. And so all that does is it results in a different allocation between your car tax and your home tax. And for people who don't own a home and own a car, it would affect their car tax, obviously, but you're saying that based on this change, everybody's car taxes would be expected to decline on average anyway. Is that what I heard?
I think on average it should decline, whether it's 1% or 4%, yeah, I don't know.
The pool as a whole, obviously, the individuals that changes. And the purpose of this, as understood last year, was largely to begin to make it more predictable over time. Because
Yeah.
one of the issues that they ran into during.
No, I get it. He told us. Yep, okay,
Okay.
I got it. Okay. Yes,
What I don't like is we're now guessing about what the RTM is gonna do. We don't have a document, we don't have legislation signed off on.
we'll know before we vote. So
I know,
if
but
you don't, if we don't,
I will tell you, this is just never the way that this Board of Selectmen, this Board of Finance, excuse me, has ever, and Lori, will you just let me speak?
no, I hear you.
You haven't heard me because I haven't spoken.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
We're doing things that are.
Let me just say,
based on
let me say,
I
don't
get
speak for me.
it. Okay,
So we are now guessing what a legislative body in this town is going to do because the administration wants to bring down their tax number to the public when they put it out. So you're guessing what it's gonna be. In all previous years I've been on this body, we reduce things along the way as we have firm numbers of what we're doing. And there's another number in here, another large revenue number is something else the RTM hasn't even voted on as well. Total guess of a number. And it's just a dangerous curve to go down. As we get numbers, I mean, what's gonna be next? What's it gonna be? We'll guess at what might happen with the medical number. We're not gonna wait any longer to get it. We're just gonna guess and we'll let the Board of Finance true that up. But we're gonna guess what that number is. And that seems to be the way we are now going, and that the way this administration is posing things. We're gonna guess that this will be approved. And I just personally don't like it. I don't think it's the proper way to budget. I don't think any proper corporation who was doing budgeting would ever do that on a guess of what actions will happen in the future. We vote on the evidence that's before us.
okay, I agree. We do need to move on, but I'm gonna say this. We always vote based on changed information on the night of the budget. If the RTM doesn't pass this, we will reverse it. If the RTM doesn't pass the other revenue number, and maybe you're referring to the police thing, we'll reverse it. But we always make adjustments the night we vote based on information that we get along the way. So if this information does not turn out to be accurate, then when we vote, we will not be able to approve these changes.
It's just not the way to run a railroad.
Well,
Yeah, man.
that's guys, we
I'm
need
sorry.
we need to move on.
Your statements are
We
so.
need to move on.
It
We
is.
need to
I don't
move
know
on.
how you get away with
Yeah,
that.
and by the way, it's inappropriate to, and you know this, Jim, and I understand your frustration, but please don't ascribe intentions to anyone saying that this was done to try to hide things or to try to make a number lower. You know that's not appropriate. So let's just move on and let's agree that like any other number, whether it's insurance or anything else, when we vote, we're gonna vote based on the data, to your point, that's before us on that night, the information that's final as of that night. So if the RTM doesn't pass these things, then they're gonna have to be addressed. They're gonna have to be addressed. And, that's the way it is. And if anything happens later, we'll address it when we set the mill rate.
I would also just like to ask, so if this passes, does that mean that if you have an apartment in town and you only have a car, your taxes to the town of Fairfield will go up, correct? Is that what
No.
if you're not paying real estate taxes and you are, we're getting the $1 million someplace. So between the two systems, you will actually be paying more car tax.
Then what?
That's not what we heard from the assessor. What the assessor said was there was a change in methodology that reduced the overall tax receipts from auto by 6 to 9% with the 85% methodology. When they switch to 90, if they switch to 90, that will raise the number. Yes. But not to
Still
what it was
reduce it by 1 to
before.
4% is what we said.
Right.
Okay,
Can I make,
It's still lower.
yes.
it's a
And then I do want-
methodology that has not gone into effect yet. Nobody has received a tax bill based on 85%. And what they did was came in and said, you don't have to use 85%, you can use 90%. So the methodology that we're gonna put in place for the first time is 90%. So like, you don't wanna make it sound like they're paying something that we're taking away money that they, got the benefit of last year. That hasn't been implemented yet. it was our first crack at the budget before this law was changed. The second crack at the budget right now, the law allows us to go to 90%, and we're saying we think we're gonna go to 90%, and if it doesn't get approved.
Did you say April 1st for the RTM?
Um,
Is that what I heard?
It'll be prior. It's on their schedule or will be on their posted
Okay,
schedule.
we vote on April 2nd.
They have a meeting, their
Yep.
March meeting. It's in March, so
got it.
it's prior to this vote.
All right.
It's
This
the
cons-
28th roughly.
Is this considered new legislation where they carry it over for a month or no? No. Okay, because normally when I was on the RTM, I thought that was still.
Well, we'll figure out from them what
Our
their vote
understanding
is.
this is something we have to take action on, but it's not,
All right. Okay, so we have a lot to get through, so let's move on to, the next item here is OPEB, which is on page 59 of the budget book. There was also backup that's been distributed. And Jen, I've only seen you on a screen before, I think.
Last year.
Were you here last year? Maybe I was on a screen last year. So welcome. I was like, I know that woman. So this is Jen Castellano from Milliman. Welcome. So we're gonna.
Start with
do you wanna
OPEB?
put this presentation on the screen or? I think everyone has a hard copy, but,
it's up to you, Jen.
okay, we can look at the hard copy. For those people that are following along in the public, this backup has been posted online. And it's on, I don't have the page number, but it's about the third page of the posted packet for tonight. So so the one thing that I will ask you to do as you go through here, so the numbers that we're looking at for OPEB, we have, presumably this is the ADEC for town retirees of 2,259,000 and for
Correct.
police and fire, 5,781,000. So
Yeah.
I hope is that number in your presentation?
Kind of.
Okay. All right, well, somewhere connect those dots for us,
There
but
is
I'll let you go through it.
the fifth attachment, I think, is at the very back of my presentation,
Okay.
of the presentation that ties all those numbers in.
Perfect, all right,
So I will
thank you.
get to that. So I want to go in order what's in the packet online. I know it's OPEB. Do you know if it's the town OPEB or the police and fire OPEB?
Fairfield Police and Fire.
Okay, perfect. I'll start with that one. Okay, so on the OPEB front in general for the year, there was a fairly large liability gain. So I mean, the liabilities went down relative to what we expected them to. The primary driver of that is the switch from traditional Medicare supplement plans to a Medicare Advantage plan for those who are post-65 retirees. Okay, so that's the punchline. I'll get into the details. So going through my presentation, page 1.
Let me just, I think for board members, I think this is second in your pile, so,
The police and
I
fire.
should say other post-employment,
Yeah, police and fire, other post-employment. Moving on to page 1 of the presentation. This looks at the population of within the plan over the last several years. The broken down by members receiving a benefit, that's the lighter shaded numbers, lighter blue numbers, and those who are currently actively employed by the town. 50-50 split currently. Moving on to page 2, we look at the investment performance of the plan over the last year. And it was a really good, strong year on the investments. We returned 13.5%, earned $2.9 million in investment income $5.7 million in investment income. We planned to earn $2.9 million. So outperformed on the markets, which is a good thing. It's a strong return for the year. On the bottom part of this page, we're graphing the asset balances, and there's 2 different numbers we're graphing, bottom left-hand corner. You can see for the last, from 2023, the numbers are identical. 2024, we've proposed a change to the asset valuation method from a market value of assets to a smooth value. And what that does is it recognizes any investment gains and losses gradually over a 5-year. Any year, if there's a large an investment gain, and by investment gain, I mean the investments outperform our assumption of 6.9%. We won't recognize that gain fully in the market value of assets and calculating the ADIC. We'll just recognize a portion of it, and next year we'll recognize another 20% and so on and so forth. What that does is it smooths out the volatility and the investments, which therefore smooths out the ADIC. We're up until now, we haven't done that because the plan hasn't been funded enough that the investment performance would have that much of an impact. But the plans have reached about 50% funded, therefore it's time to start to do that. Because there was a large gain this past year, doing that does increase the ADEC over what it would have otherwise been by about $300,000. Because we're not recognizing all those gains at 13.5%, we're not recognizing all of that. We're deferring that to future years. So, but in future years, if there are offsetting losses, that'll help to mitigate that and smooth it.
And we were always doing this on the pension
We've
side.
always been doing it on pension. We're now introducing it on the OPEB so that they're consistently. Moving on to page 3, this is an analysis we do every year for all of the plans. We look at the plan's target asset allocations. We put that against our capital market assumptions. For each asset class, it has a different risk return. With the different dots represent the different asset classes that the plan is invested in. The larger the bubble, the larger the allocation. The further to the right, the higher the risk associated with that asset class, and the further up in the graph, the higher the returns. So those in the far right-hand corner, private equity is probably one of the most risky asset classes you can be invested in. And then you have down the bottom left-hand corner, your less risky, but they come with lower returns. Black dot in the middle represents the entire portfolio as of July 1st, 2024. The bottom graph, we look at returns over a period of time. In any given year, assets can be volatile, have high returns, low returns. The range of possibilities is quite large. You can see the far left-hand part of that graph. But over time, the returns tend to be towards the middle, the median, the 50th percentile, and that's that middle black line. Moving over to the 30-year, we look at a 30-year return assumption because this is a long-term obligation, so we don't want to look at short-term returns, we want to look at long-term returns. The expected return on the portfolio is about 7.3% per year. We're currently using a 6.9% assumption, so it's a nice conservative assumption. The return expectations have been higher in the last couple of years given the economy and the markets. Whether we stay there long-term, we don't know, so we're not overreacting to that and recommending any increase in the interest rate assumption, because what that will do is it will decrease liabilities and decrease costs, but then if things return back to a normal, our old normal, then it's hard to get back down. So we're recommending staying where we are as far as the interest rate assumption is concerned. Moving on to page 4. This looks at the funded status of the plan. Now, one thing to note on this page, all the 2024 numbers represent a change in a variety of different assumptions. Over the last year, the JRIB engaged us to do what is known as an experience study of plans. What that means is we look at what has actually happened with the demographic experience and economic experience of the plans over the last 5 years, and compare that to the assumptions we're using to calculate the liability. And how do some of the assumptions match the actual experience, and make tweaks to the assumption. We make tweaks to the assumptions to make sure that the liability is more in line with future expectations. Because at the end of the day, you want to be funding towards a realistic number, right? Not an unrealistic number due to assumptions that may be outdated. So we did this experience study, and if we were to implement all of the assumption changes, the 2024 numbers on this page are the results. After seeing the impact, we've recommended that we phase in that change over a 2-year period to help smooth out the impact over a 2-year period.
Sorry, what did you say the impact was?
So to get to this particular plan, the liability went up from 89.5 million to 94.3 million. Top left-hand corner. That's the liability. We expected the liability to grow to 95.5 million. And in actuality, before any changes, it was 97.4 million. So it was actually higher than expected. The introduction of the Medicare Advantage plans brought down the liability by about $10.5 million. That got us to about $87 million. Then we introduced all these assumption changes, which got us back up to $94.3 million. So a lot of bouncing around, a lot of activity over the year. We've recommended that we phase that in over a 2-year period, which would get your liability to about $91 million. That's the final liability for this plan. Okay.
Are we doing that, or is it, we're just going right to, we're not doing it over 2 years?
We're gonna do it, yeah, that's the half year, the midway point. So over 2 years, it would be 94.3. If over 1 year, it'd be 94.3 million. Over 2 years, it's a $91 million.
Okay.
And so what's the impact on the ADEC?
Coming right up, next page. So again, on this page, this is a graph of the ADEC over the last 5 years. We focus on the bottom component, the total. You see last year, the ADEC was $5.9 million. The second bar from the right in the bottom. With all the assumption changes fully phased in, the ADEC would have gone up to $4 million. We're recommending to phase it in over 2 years, so the ADEC this year would actually be 5.5. It would actually be a slight increase in the ADEC this year on the OPEC side, 5.5 million. And that ties in with this, I believe that ties in with the sheet. Sorry, I wrote it, I looked at it, 5.8 million. The final number is 5.8.
Where do you see that?
It's not in this, because this presentation was done before the discussion about the phase-in was implemented, so that's why I have these supplemental pages that are in the back of the packet
Okay.
that show that.
Yeah.
Phase-in's your recommendation.
My recommendation.
So that's, what was the number last year?
The number last year was 5.9 million.
Looking to phase something and I'm surprised that the number you're recommending is less than last year.
We're looking at the total picture of all 4 plans, and you'll see when we get to the pension plans, there was a much larger increase due to experience. So it's the phase-in is recommended to gradually grow the total contribution for all 4 plans in a stable way over the next few years.
And thank you for being here. I remember you being here last year, so I appreciate it. The phase-in over 2 years, is that your own independent recommendation? Or was that a recommendation after speaking to anybody from the administration or anybody from the JRIP?
It was a recommendation after discussion with the town.
With the town? Was that part of that? Was they were trying to keep taxes down, or they wanted the
I
number
don't
to come in
know,
lower?
I don't know the reason for that. It was a significant increase otherwise, so.
And that was approved by the JRIP?
Okay, so the next page is a lot of numbers. I'm not gonna go through those numbers today. This details every step we took in all the assumption changes, how we got to where we would have been. Far right, the third column from the left would have been the results had we not made any assumption. That would have been $4.9 million of an ADEC. If we were to, so a decrease from last year of about $1.1 million. If we had fully phased in all the assumption changes that I discussed, the ADEC would have gone up to $6.4 million. But the 50% phase in has landed at $5.8 million.
Can I just ask of all the different things that are contributing to this? I know there's a lot of these. What would you say is has the most impact on the increase?
An increase?
Yeah, like which one would you tweak if you wanted to lower?
Well, it's all the, which is single assumption change?
Yeah,
Well, let's
yeah,
see.
which
Take a
one would
look
you say
here.
has the biggest impact?
It was the,
I mean, the discount rate.
it was actually, you know what it was? It was changing then this was our recommended assumption change, changing the percentage of people that elect dual coverage at retirement. So coverage for not just themselves, but their spouse.
And you're saying from experience, Your data told you that more and more
Yes,
people are
so-
doing that, so you built that into your
The current
assumption
assumption is that 60% of retirees will elect coverage
for them and
for their spouse, for them and their spouse. There have been persistent losses over the last two valuations of people electing at a much higher rate. So we increased the assumption to 80%.
80%.
Yeah, which is not surprising for a plan, for this particular plan. The benefit is essentially free for the retiree and the spouse. So we would expect a much higher election rate because of that, because it's a free benefit.
I would expect it to be even higher. What are you showing historically, like the
Some
last
people
3
still
years?
have other options.
What are you showing the last 3 years, what have that experience been?
It's all about 80% election. Yeah.
80%?
Look at the existing retire, because not everyone's married. Not everybody's married.
No, I understand, not everyone's married, but of the married people.
I don't have that particular number. We look at the total, this election is the total population of dual coverage. So some people are single and can't elect their spouse. So that's probably most of the 20%.
I was gonna say, it's like,
But it's not, if you look at the retiree population and their elections, not, the entire retiree population doesn't have coverage. So to assume 100% or even 95% would be too high.
you're married and you're not taking that election, you should be seeing a divorce attorney. I mean, seriously.
So that was a single assumption that drove the numbers up. It is definitely much more reflective of.
Within the
reality,
experience study.
Based on experience.
So why did we have it at 60% for so long?
That was the assumption when we took over, so I can't speak to the prior actuaries. Set that assumption.
You look at the previous experience, right?
Right, but the plan is on a 5-year experience study cycle, so we don't dig into it then that granularly. Every year we look at it every 5 years. And we've only done 2 this is our second valuation. And we're not
Because
gonna.
we do this one every other
Every
year.
other year, so we're not gonna react after 1 year. But if we see persistent year over year, then make it right.
I don't know why our previous person didn't do that.
I can't speak to that.
Thank you. Just taught me another question to ask all the time. Thanks.
So, that's the basics, the gist of it for the police and fire. And but the loss is due to assumption changes, which were phased in over 2 years. More than offset by the change in the post-65 health plans that are being offered.
And can I just ask about the 2-year phase-in? Because when we normally, is that just a judgment? Normally when we phase in actuarial gains and losses, don't we do it over a longer period than that?
Gains and losses, yes,
Yeah.
but assumption changes, you really don't wanna phase in over too long of a period of time, because think about it, we're gonna do another experience study in 5 years. If you phase this in over 3 or 4 years.
But like when we updated the
phase it in and then
mortality
we're-
assumptions, for example, how long did they get phased in over?
That was prior to my time, so I don't know.
Okay, I mean, it doesn't seem aggressive to me. 2 years seems, okay, all right, thank you. So we're going over to the town OPEB now?
Okay. It's a very similar story on the town OPEB side. So again, I'll skip to page 2. Very similar story on the assets, because the trusts are, the investments are they're almost invested similarly, so they're gonna have similar results. Again, with the town OPEB, we are introducing the actuarial value of assets methodology with this valuation. If you move on to the page 4 of the town OPEB, which shows the accrued liabilities, the graph of photographs of liability.
I'm sorry, can I just ask a basic question here? Can you remind us what eligibility looks like on the town side for this? To participate?
I think all members are eligible to participate, all active employees eligible to
All
participate
active
in retirement.
And when, is there a vesting period?
Without a vesting period, you have to meet certain service requirements.
Right, and the
That varies by- have that information around.
you remember? I mean, roughly.
Side, I believe.
believe it's 10 years.
10 years, okay.
And you also need to be a certain age if you're in
No, I
the.
get the age piece. I was just wondering, it's not like someone can work for the town a few years and then capture this retirement benefits, 10 years.
No, nor can they all capture it immediately. And there's also the retirement, some of the new contracts actually have that.
Okay, so we're doing what we did on the pension, essentially.
Some of the pools, yes.
Some of the
we're
pools,
working
okay, gotcha.
on that.
And unlike with retention, you terminate employment prior to reaching that retirement eligibility. You can't come back 20 years from now and say, I want my cut then. You have to go be eligible to immediately retire and meet those requirements.
Oh, so for OPEB, you have to be a town employee at the time of retirement when you're reaching that age, unlike pension. Gotcha. That makes sense. Yes.
I'm just trying to follow how on page 59 of our budget book, you see what's in the 26 budget. And I'm just trying to follow how this ties to the presentation.
Yeah, she said that was at the end. That was a question.
That number is not in this presentation. There's 2 pages at the very end of the packet that has those numbers.
You'll get to that.
Yeah, we can go over that in total. It compares the ADC with no changes, with all the changes, with the 2-year phase in, so.
Is it in our printed packet?
I don't see anything.
Okay.
I think it's the separate.
That's it.
It's a separate little thing.
Oh, separate.
Yeah.
Stapled document. Okay.
But the what you're sharing to us, like the 2-year phase in and stuff, that is what's gonna tie to this.
Exactly.
Okay, I just wanna make sure I'm following correctly. Thank you.
So at the town OPEB, go to page 5 of that presentation, or page 4 of that presentation.
Questions before that? So on the town side, our funded ratio, we're funded 70.4%.
Yep,
And on police and fire, we're only 47.3. What's so dramatic? Why is that so dramatically different?
it's likely due to experience in the plan, because the investments have been
Same.
the same, so it's the individual liabilities for the plan and what's happened.
The
Actual experience.
liability experience.
Utilization, how long people have lived, how long people work before they retire, so on and so forth.
Is there any major thing that you've seen, one thing, age people live or not?
No, I have nothing that I've seen that plan that.
Pretty drastic, don't you think? It seems between 70.4% funded on the town side.
Well, on the town side, there has been some contract negotiations that have reduced the benefit from being, police and fire is essentially free for everybody. On the town side, the benefit is not necessarily free. There's more of a cost share. On the retiree side, they're kicking in, and so whatever the retirement reduces the town liability. So as those changes are negotiated, that reduces the liability and therefore increases the funding ratio.
We've got a pretty big 2 years. I mean, it's gone from 56.1% funded to 70.4% funded.
Yeah, and a lot of that was on his experience on the health plan side and changes in based on claims experience. And so therefore the expected future cost of the health plan has gone down.
And the funded status is based on straight market value as of July 1?
That is based on the actuarial value.
So this is the smooth value.
Smooth value, so it's based off a smaller asset number.
That's right, for this year.
If it were to be based off our market value, higher.
And the unfunded accrued liability completely is 16.9 million. We're on the police and fire, it's like $50 million.
Correct.
I just thought these numbers were a little closer than they really are.
Right?
I think one thing to note, if you go to page 1 of both of those documents.
Sure.
The demographics are very different. The distribution of the population, of the active population is very different between the two. On the town side, you have a lot of short service people who aren't even eligible for a benefit yet, right? And they may or may not ever become eligible. On the police and fire side, concentrated much more over all years of service, and there's lots of people, significant number of people that are close to retirement age. Police and fire retirement age is a lot younger than town.
Yeah.
Right, so the closer you are retirement age, the higher the liability is for with respect to the closer you are to actually receiving that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for explaining that. I appreciate you doing that.
So back onto page 4. The accrued liability was $59.6 million last year. We expected it to grow before any changes. Just by updating the census and the assets, we expected it to grow to $63.2 million. In reality, it was 65.8. So there was a liability loss due to demographic experience, mainly due to that 60% election not being utilization being much higher than 60%, and due to expectations. Okay.
I'm sorry, are we on page 4? I'm not following.
You're on
Those numbers that are on here, I'm this is my.
Yeah,
this is
no,
my-
I'm on the page. I just didn't see the numbers.
Those numbers aren't on here, that's my commentary, just to explain how we got from where we are to where we were to where we are. Then there was
You're referring to the accrued liability number.
So there was a small loss, $2 million loss due to demographic experience. Once we updated the liability for the change in the health plan and the updated premiums, that brought the liability by about $11 million. So similar to the police and fire side, it has significant reduction in liability. Then we introduced so that got us down to about $53 million. And then we introduced all the assumption changes, and that brought us to the 57.2 that you see on the graph right there. That's with the full assumption change. If we were to phase with the 50% phase in, that liability is $55 million.
And you're phasing it in, right?
For all plans, we're phasing it.
Do all plans have the same assumptions?
It's essentially the same covered population.
They went up to 80% from 60% on the.
Well, yes, yeah, for OPEB, yes. On the pension side, that's not an assumption because it's an insurance collection assumption. Pension, there's some assumptions that are specific to OPEB that are not relevant to pension. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so then moving on to the impact on the ADEC. Again, last year, the ADEC was just under $3.5 million, looking at the bottom graph on page 5 here. The second bar from the right. With all the assumption changes and all the experience and everything that happens, the ADEC would have gone down to $2.9 million. Again, with the phase-in, it's actually gonna go down to $2.6 million, and that should tie into what's that's all.
2.95.
That's a general fund, and then there's 2 other smaller funds for the WPCA.
Oh, okay, so that's in the piece. Got it. Yeah, so I was looking at the general fund number, which is the 22.
22, yeah, almost 22.3 is the general fund.
Well, WPCA portion is not, I think, 210 and many portions.
Gotta go to second page, John. That's 2269 right there.
What page are you on?
So go to the go to the second page. The first page is pension, the second page is OPEB. So if you look at OPEB, and look at the column on the right, the general fund, that should match the budget book. And then if you total it up, the general fund, WPCA and FCRD, that totals up to the 2.6 million that Jen referred to, which is comparable to the 2.9, except it's got the smoothing, right?
Smoothing in the phase-in of the.
Right.
assumption
Or the
change.
phase-in of the, yeah, okay.
I must be missing something. You're saying
2.2, says 2259.
It was a $10,000.
What's the $10,000
Yeah,
difference?
typo on the budget books, $10,000.
Okay, so we're gonna have to make that change,
Correct.
so or you might wanna make that change. We need to make.
On page 59,
So that 2259
should be 269.
493 should be the 2269,974.
Correct.
Okay. And then where do you see the other numbers in here?
The WPCA is on page 204. And
204?
and the remainder is on page 210.
So that's on the, that's it for the OPEB. Any other questions on OPEB before we move on to pension?
So how is this gonna affect next year with this phase in? So next year will be higher too, because we didn't phase it all in under 1 year. So depending on what happens next year, we're automatically gonna start off with an increase because of this phase in.
For OPEB, we don't do a full valuation every other year, but we do a calculation, which takes a projected liability. So we don't remeasure the liability, we just project it. Actuarial techniques. And then we use actual experience on the investment side to calculate the ADEC. Our projection of the liability will reflect the full phase-in of assumptions as of 7/1/2025. So yes, there is a built-in increase.
How much?
Well, let's see, if you go going back to that last page, the third, second column is all the assumption changes. It's about a 500,000, sorry, you compare the last two columns, it's about a 500,000. That's not it, sorry. About a $800,000 in total, so so another 800,000 roughly. Next year, increase before anything else.
Or anything else?
So to the extent the liability will grow exactly as we expect it to, because it's a projection.
Wait, how do you, if we do this one every other year, sorry,
Yeah.
shouldn't we expect the numbers to be relatively flat between the 2 years?
No, we project the liability forward a year for the interim calculation.
Right, but we're not, when you project the liability forward, what does that include doing?
It includes the second half of the assumptions being happening over 2 years.
Right, but we've got the first half phased in this
As
year,
of July 1st, 2024.
right?
So when we project it
So if you put the
2025.
second half in next year, why would that cause next year to go up versus this year?
Because if we were to recognize all of it this year, it would have. Well, actually, on OPEB, it's gonna actually, sorry, I apologize, on OPEB, it's gonna actually, you're starting off with a reduction. You're
Right.
starting off in a positive.
Okay, that's what I.
Sorry,
that's what thought.
I was
Okay.
thinking about the pension, I apologize. So
So for OPEB, we would expect these to be relatively stable?
relatively
Okay.
stable. Yeah, it really will depend on what happens on the investments, but
Yeah.
because we've introduced the smoothing mechanism,
Yeah.
that should help to mitigate any.
Gotcha.
Just a question. Where do we see the police and fire numbers? So that we see we just went over the
Right down
pages.
So. on
I
that-
know, in the budget.
Oh, and
210, I think.
And then you have to go to the police and fire.
I went there.
Budget, oh, page 210, you didn't see it?
Not in police and fire, I was looking for,
Yeah, it's,
and I could totally miss it, it just wasn't.
What's the number?
For fire, it should be 2776, but I don't see that on here. Not on page 105, that's what I was looking at.
go to public safety.
It should be on, I would expect it to be on page 105.
Yeah, 105 is fire.
Well, it should be 3005.
That's the police, 3005.
Oh,
Fire's
either way, I don't
2776.
see it either. The 2776 isn't on here either.
Potentially.
No. I don't know where to see it, I guess.
5781.
Tom, do you know where we find
Yeah, I'm
it?
looking for it. Let's see.
Thank you. There's one, yes.
Well, it's in it on the, it's, here, I mean, it's on the retiree benefits, the OPEB health, PF includes fire retirees. And it's got page 59. And those.
Oh, yeah, you've got to combine those, you've got to combine those,
You've got to combine
it's
those.
in the 8,980,218.
Didn't plan those two numbers, which
There's two,
looks like it works out.
8980, you said?
it's in the, yeah, correct.
Numbers. You gotta combine.
For
No,
OPEB,
not even, I'm talking online, if you look on the third line
Contract says
down on
8980.
retiree benefits under line 52110.
5781.
Page 659.
Yeah, 578.
Third line down
You
is
look at
5,781,630.
I see it there.
521,360.
So this number is 5,780.
Yeah, these two numbers are 57,81,631 if you add them up, which matches the.
The third line down, I see that.
So I'm gonna ask just a dumb question, because if I'm just looking at this line and I look at, and I'm gonna just look for this OPEB town, how the change from last year is down 800,000. And yet the smoothing effect has decreased the amount for this year by around 800,000.
the smoothing effect has decreased it by around 800,000. Then the interesting actual value of assets has increased it.
Okay.
Say that again?
Introducing the actuarial value of asset smoothing
Okay,
has increased
increased it, okay.
So, I mean, I guess it just seems to me that it's bad news. So we're going up more, smooth it. But yet when I look at a budget book, it went down 800,000. And the real increase was 400, so I would have just had to go up 400.
Right, so we've looked at the four plans in totality.
Yeah.
Wait till we get to pension, Jim.
We wanna treat the,
Okay.
we wanna treat the methodology consistent,
Okay.
because I can't defend smoothing for one plan and not smoothing for another plan. So in totality, this was our recommendation.
So we
to-
took the same approach on all of them, right?
Correct.
So pension,
Pension is a different story.
that experience study for
And yeah, that experience study and actual
actual,
experience,
you can see how much
has
those
increased the
pension
cost.
numbers.
I see, I see.
So we can go on to, if there's no more questions on OPEB, we can move on to,
Yeah, let's go to pension.
which one is first in your package? Is it the police and fire or
Oh,
the?
God, it's all out of order. Maybe police and fire.
Town of Fairfield. That's the town.
All right, so hang on.
I'll give you all a second to get there. I think it's page 41 on the.
On the PDF.
Yeah.
Yeah, these aren't stapled and they all kind of look the same, so there's one here. All right, so, okay, Town of Fairfield Employees Retirement System, okay?
Okay. So on the pension side, it's a very different story. There was liability, which means that the liability increased more than we expected it to. So we go to page 1, we can look at the demographics and what happened with the head counts. There were 19 retirements during the year. We expected 30. Fewer retirements than we expected based on the old. There were 26 deaths, we expected 20. And then there were about 5 people who terminated employment but had not started a benefit. We expected, that was about what we expected. So the active population is continuing to decrease because the plan is closed for hires. We'll continue to have. Moving on to page 2 on the asset side. Again, the investments did very well during fiscal year 24. We have been smoothing assets for all along, so you can see that graph in the bottom left shows 2 different numbers. As of July 1st, 2024, coincidentally, the actuarial value of assets and the market value of assets are essentially the same. That means if you look at that top graph where you see the returns over the last, it's kind of bouncing around. And a really nice return in fiscal year 21, followed by a really tough year in fiscal year 22, and then 2 good years. What that means is the deferred gains and losses are just offsetting each other at this point. And as we move forward, some of those other large gains will fall off, and then that large loss will fall off over time. So there will be some fluctuation as a result of that. But what that means is right now they're essentially the same, and they're offsetting. It's an offsetting nature.
So we're slightly below the expected rate of return for this one. Or the compound.
The compounded return,
6.67.
yeah, the compounded return over the last 5 years.
Because of that bad year.
And it's mainly because, yeah,
It's the
it
COVID.
takes one bad year, it takes multiple good years to make up for that one,
Yeah.
to make up for one bad year. Moving on to page 3, again, the same analysis with respect to the investments and investment return for 80%. The pension portfolio is invested slightly differently than the OPEB portfolio, but not that drastically different. We're coming up with 1.7% relative to assumption, so that assumption is sound. Moving on to page 4 and the accrued liability. So again, not all these numbers I'm going to say are on this page, but I want to walk you through the story of how we got from where we were to where we are today. We're at $276.1 million. We expected that to increase to $282 million before any assumption changes. The actual liability before assumption changes was $5 million loss on liabilities. The main driver of that liability is the cost of living adjustments given to retirees. On the Board of Ed side, that cost of living is given every 2 years. It's 2 years worth of adjustment, but it's only granted on every year. For town unions, some unions get it every 2 years, some unions get it every other year. But essentially, all the unions are maxed out at 3%. It's based on CPI, but maxed out at 3%. We assume our inflation assumption is 2.4%. We assume the cost of living every year. For this plan, it was 3%. So much larger cost of living adjustments than expected, therefore higher liability.
Is there a guaranteed minimum?
I don't think so. I think if it's negative CPI, they give you a reduction. I'd have to, that might be
Probably a
minutia in the
zero.
contract, but that hasn't happened. The last time that happened, I think, was about 2011. I don't know how this plan handled it back then. That was the first reason, and then so that loss was partially offset by gain on retirements and mortality. If you remember back at the beginning of the presentation, there were only 19 retirements, we expected 30, so fewer people retired than expected. Fewer people are collecting a benefit, so that actually reduced the liability a bit. And then there were more deaths than expected, so that partially offset the COLA losses, but not enough to completely offset it. And then we looked at all the assumptions with the experience study and introduced the assumption changes. And that got us to the $288.5 million that you see on the presentation. With the phase-in, the liability is $287.3 million. Slightly lower. Moving on to page 5 and the calculation of the year debt. You see that the.
Can I ask you a question before we move on?
Sure.
So we've basically been going down in regards to our funding ratio for the last couple of years. When it maxed at 87.2. Is that reason for concern that we have a trend where it's going down?
I don't believe so. There's good reasons for why this is happening. It is the liability losses. First of all, that significant loss in the COVID year on the investments is still being recognized. So that is putting downward pressure. You're starting off in the negative just from recognizing that. Sure. So that's putting somewhat downward pressure. The last 2 years last 2 or 3 years have all had liability losses. Partially in part because the assumptions have not been in line with actual experience, which is why we did the experience study and are recommending all these assumption changes. So this is kind of a correction in course, right? The funded ratio has been reduced, but we believe that we have funding towards a much more realistic number now, so we should start to see progress.
Progress on getting. full
Absent
funding.
any investment, you know,
Yeah.
turmoil, right? But we should start to get progress.
We start seeing the unfunded accrued liability be going down because it's been going up for
Yes, so that if those,
Well,
if that goes down, the funded ratio should go up, but those have an inverse relationship. As the unfunded liability goes up, the funded ratio will go down. But we've only recognized half the assumption changes in this valuation, so we'll recognize the other half next valuation, and we'll be finishing our course correction.
What scares me is that those people, the 30 you expected to retire, and it was only 19, that we would have been hit worse. And I have to believe then those people, the extra people you didn't think saw retired are gonna be coming all together in a pack.
Very likely they could, and we did update their retirement rates to reflect expectations based on what's happened in recent years.
Does a years of service benefit cut off at some point or no? Or do they just, the longer they work, the more years, the bigger the pension is?
I do not recall, I can't call off the top of my head if there's a cap on service. I think there is a maximum benefit of certain about this, I don't quote. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, yeah, because for most plans.
Some plans have it, that's, yeah.
It wasn't worth it to work past a certain year.
For some
because
plans,
you were
that's
getting-
the
yeah.
case.
When you reach your maximum percentage, if you get whatever your COLA is on your normal base salary, that continues to
Right,
go up,
so-
promoted, things like that. But you're at, once you hit your, whatever the number, 75,
That's correct.
80%, whatever the contract, that's sort of where you're working for 20 cents on the dollar.
Right, the value of each year of service becomes much lower, the value of that year of service comes much lower
Okay.
once you've maxed out. It's only increasing by the extent your salary increases, and that salary it's averaged over a period of time, so it's not 1 year salary, it's averaged over a few years. So moving on to page 5, the ADEC was $5.5 million last year. If we were to fully recognize all the assumption changes, it would have gone up to $6.3 million. Phase in $6.1 million. And again, if you look at that last page, that last packet, you can see that it's a total of the town and the Board of Education budget. It's $6,151,000. The components. The far right column of that last packet.
So in our book. Okay, so the 3330 is one number. And then the Board of Education, that's in their number.
In their
right?
book, yes,
That's in their book.
correct.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you look at the town's portion,
Board of Education's 2.268, that's in their book. Okay, right?
any questions on the town?
I would just, it was provided with information, what landed in the book and the timing.
Okay. We'll check that.
There was a question related to that, we could go back and give it in advance earlier. That was-
I think they had the final number, but we'll check it
Have
out.
you guys looked at their book for that number?
I think it's in, I'll double check them, I think I saw it.
Yeah, I think they had it in time this
Make sure
year.
to give it to them.
Cause in their forward narrative of the book, they talk about that they got the final number. So, I'm sure it's there. Okay.
Lastly, moving on to the police and fire pension plan. This is it's again, a similar story to the town pension plan. The demographic experience on the police and fire pension plan was more in line with our expectations, with the exception of, again, the COLA adjustments for retirees. Went up, that's 6%. The police and fire get a cost of living adjustment every year, and it's just 3% this year. 2.4% expectation, so there was a loss there. So again, on page 2, the assets are, it's a very similar picture to the town side, because for the pension plans, all the money is invested in one big plan. Allocated to the two. Show you very similar story, right? Speaking again, I had to page 4, which is good liability. It was $270 million last year. We expected it to go to 277.6 million for any assumption changes. It grew, it was actually 282.2 million before the assumption changes. And then, and again, those losses were due mainly to the cost of living adjustments. And then with the assumption changes, it grew to 280 million, which you see on that page right there. With the phase-in, the final liability is 285.1 million.
285.
Any questions on that page?
Same similar increase in accrued liabilities and decreases for the last 2 years.
So moving on to page 5, the ADEC last year was 7.6 million. With the full assumption changes, it would have been $9.5 million this year. With the phase-in, it's $9 million.
It's what?
9 million.
9 million. That's 4714 and the 42.
So the precise number you'd see in your budget book.
898218.
When you make your presentation next year, can you just talk about the phase-in? Just your phase-in.
Oh, certainly, yes.
So we can see the effect of what that was for the second
Yeah,
year.
that'll be, you'll see on page 6, we always have a baseline.
Sure.
And that baseline is our expectation for changes.
Great, I appreciate that.
So the bottom line, this experience study hurt us on pension and helped us on OPEB. Both are being smooth over 2 years.
Experience study hurt you on all 4 plans.
It hurt us on all of
What
them.
helped you on OPEB was the change in the health plan with 165 retirees.
Oh, that's
from
right.
Medicare Supplement to Medicare Advantage.
Can I ask you that question about that? So the JRIB made that change, or who makes that change?
My understanding is that Anthem no longer, they stopped offering the Medicare supplement plan effective January 1st
Okay.
of this year.
Sure.
So since we knew that was going away, we reflected that, and so it was replaced with the Medicare Advantage plan. I think there's 5 different plans for different groups. And so because we knew that was happening, we reflected that in our projection of the liability.
So the
It didn't happen until January 1st of 2025. Our valuations as of July 1st, 2024, but we knew that was happening, so to ignore that would have, again, be funding towards an unrealistic number.
So the employee has to choose from one of those 5 plans?
I think it depends on the union, which plans you can.
Which union you're in.
So the town pays the cost of that.
Of the town pays the cost of the premium,
Yeah.
offset by any retiree cost share.
And the town pays if someone retires and they're not Medicare eligible, you're just staying on the town plan without.
If there are any retirees that are not Medicare eligible, you stay on the town's pre-65 plan. Yes.
365 plan with, and no cost to you?
Whatever cost shares,
Whatever the
whatever's
cost
cost shares in place.
So if I
Cost shares are relevant to whether you're.
So if I retire at 60, I stay on the town's plan for 5 years with my normal cost share. It's not like COBRA or anything, you
No.
still get that benefit. And then at 65, you choose like a Medicare plan and the town pays for that, pays those premiums until death.
Yeah,
It's a supplemental.
it's a Medicare Advantage plan, so it's a little bit different than a Medicare Supplement plan. It is to cover it does work in coordination. with
Right.
Medicare.
Pretty good deal. Any other questions? I guess everybody's with the numbers? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you're doing for the town. Appreciate it. Okay, so we've done pension and OPEB, so next we can move to active employee benefits. This is health insurance, health and life. So in the budget book, we are on page 61. And the supplemental backup is which document do we have here?
This
With this? That's what I'm trying to figure out. No, this is workers' comp. Which is the supplemental backup for the insurance? Is it this?
Yeah, there's a schedule right there.
It's page.
This doesn't look like health insurance. Where's?
Internal service one?
You know how normally we get that whole list of all the.
I have it right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the internal service.
Yeah, no, normally we get. Yeah, but this has property, errors and omission liability, like the health insurance. Normally we get that breakdown. I don't see anything. What, I don't know who's presenting, but what should we be looking at?
Be looking at that.
Do we have that?
One page.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think I have that. It's not.
Do we have a hard, I don't think we have a hard copy, sorry.
Do we have a soft copy?
Let's see, is it on? I'm not sure it's,
I have hard copies if we need to.
Yeah.
maybe that would be helpful, yeah. I don't,
Open to the rescue.
I made copies just in case.
okay, thank you, we don't have them, I don't think, I'm just double checking. Let's see.
I don't know if I have enough copies, but I have. Take one of those. Thanks. Appreciate it.
No, it's not posted either.
You have enough copies?
Do you have enough copies?
They're gonna pass it around. They're going around. Rob wanna pass it around.
It's closer.
You can have one too. I'm good, thanks, yeah, I'm driving. There's 14, I made 15 in total, and I actually need one. You haven't memorized it? I haven't committed to it.
There's another one, Craig. Passed it. So in case there were a short one.
Yep. There's a few more extras for you.
So we should make sure we post this?
Yep, right.
Okay.
Okay, so we're here to talk about the healthcare budget, fiscal budget 26. Before we get into the numbers, I think it's important to note that Aon Consulting suggested that the town take all of their healthcare plans out to bid for July of 25. So we went to market for medical, prescription, dental, and vision. Started the process, I don't know, 9 months ago or so. We have all the bids back, and we'll be talking about those after we go through our initial budget projection for. So on the left-hand side of this document, the left two columns, and this is for, on the medical and RX side, it's for actives and retirees under 65, because as you just heard, the over age 65s have been called out to a Medicare Advantage plan. So on the dental side, it's actives, retirees under and over 65, because when the medicals get called out to the Medicare Advantage plan, they don't have anywhere to go for dental. So we kept them on the dental plan out to bid. We got the bids back and think that we have two, I would say, very compelling quotes. So talk about those numbers a little bit later, but, so, I'm sorry, the left two columns outline the head counts. The gross total of 20,408,888 is the July of 2024 rates times those head counts. All right, so it's not exactly what's happening during the 24-25 year. It's the rates times the head counts, the premium that was estimated when we set those rates, right? Because this is an exercise of what has to happen to the rates, not what's actually happening with your experience. Now, looking at the increase of 8.7%, we know as underwriters that means that you're pretty much on budget. Okay, now that has to do with trend rates and so forth. If we were to look at your actual versus the budgeted number, you should be pretty spot on through at least November of 2020. That's what information was used in these calculations. Okay, so for the purposes of breaking that 20,408 number down between actives, retirees, and total, we did that down below. And then in years past, we have provided all of the backup and all of the detail behind how we came up with the new budget number. We spared you that this year. The information is available. I could get it out to all of you. But, you know, we didn't think it was really worth going through it, especially because of the quotes that we got. I think it's going to render my numbers in those middle columns irrelevant. Okay, so the new number is 22,174. That's an increase of 1,766,000 or 8.7%. Now that's the total across all lines of coverage: the medical, the RX, and the dental. If we split that 22 million out, it's 16 million for the active population, retirees, 6.1 million, for a total of 20. So the overall increase of 8.7%.
Is there a mapping of this to the budget book?
Yeah, when we did the budget, we were working with numbers that we've gotten back in November or so. The 16,056 compares to the on page 62, it's about a $200,000 difference.
15.8 something.
15,824. So what he has are more current numbers than what we had when we did the budget.
Okay, so 15,824 is in the book, and then what's the other piece to get to the 22 million?
16,056.
16,056 is the active number.
No, but I mean, the difference between, to get to the 22 million. Oh, that's the 61, no, that's the retiree number. Right. 6117, and that is in the budget.
I don't think it's, well, I don't know.
Where is
I'm
that
not
in
sure
the
it's in the
But
budget.
yeah, this would be, the retiree number would be the funding number, right? So the number that's in the budget is gonna be the funding number that goes into the.
But what department is it in, Tom?
Page 59.
Okay, where we just were. Okay.
Yeah.
So 59, so the 6117 is,
My numbers are gross.
So these are the numbers that are on the retiree, yeah, so it's the page 59.
But the page 59 is based on the numbers you had in December, not these numbers, right?
Correct.
So what is
so
the,
what line item in
how do we
59?
match them up?
I'm not seeing that $6 million anyplace.
It's not,
No, that's pension and OPEB on page 59.
I'm not seeing them on this.
The
It says,
Yeah, I don't see them.
yeah, but the 6-1
It's retirees.
is retiree, right?
right, but where is it in the budget book is my question. I forgot what department that rolls up into.
Retiree. Okay.
Page
Yeah, that's
59.
It's open.
That's what I'm saying. So the retiree number that you're looking at on page 59 is a retiree number that's based on, it's an actual
It's an
calculation,
OPEB.
right?
That's the OPEB number?
Yeah,
The OPEB?
and this is really a funding number, a payment that we made to pay our claims to the carrier. I mean, this is, I got hung up going through this again this afternoon, so those numbers don't match because you're really kind of comparing apples and oranges.
So the equivalent of the 6117 on page 59, what number should we be looking at? What line item?
Again, this is the 6117. It's really a cash, it's not an expense number, it's a cash payment that you'll make to fund payments for claims.
So is that the equivalent
Okay,
of the
that's
5781?
claims.
Those claims are in the internal service fund.
So that's claims paid
Correct.
versus the number you've got in the budget is the,
Contribution.
that's the
to fund
ADAC.
cost.
That's the
Right.
actuarial number that we need to fund the OPEB plan, not the claims paid.
Right.
Gotcha, okay.
All right, so I need to take that back then. So when we look at the 16056 that Carlton just took us through, and we compare that to page 62, which is 15824. Is that also a cash versus?
No,
accrual issue?
the 16052 is a current cost. Okay, and that compares again to the 15824.
So that's just an update. So these numbers always change when we
Right.
look at them. So the
Right.
latest, when you did the budget book, it was 15824. Now it's 16052 or
So
56.
that's a $200,000 change we need to make.
Well.
Well, it
but we're
depends,
gonna hear
it
more.
depends on what we hear.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna hear more. So,
Okay.
okay, so
Tell us more.
I believe the 15 number was based on a placeholder
Yeah.
that we may have given the
Yeah,
town back in November before we went
see
through.
how much every year we can placeholder.
Math, right.
We're gonna true it up on the night before we vote, right?
Right, right.
Same thing?
Well, there's more to be.
There might be.
Yeah.
That's offered, so.
Because of the two bids that were received.
Correct.
You seem very excited about that.
Yeah, we actually are.
So,
Excited as you can get.
so before we go into, because you will notice that we have an executive session stuck in the middle of our agenda to talk about insurance matters. But before we do that, the numbers that are before us here, do we have any questions on this? So 8.7%, and you think that's that's pretty much in line with kind of the healthcare trend rate, is that?
Yeah, medical trend, national medical trend on just medical would be about 8.5, and prescription would be about 9.5. So when you blend those together, 8.7 is pretty much spot on. You had what we consider a vanilla year. Wasn't good, wasn't bad.
And normally I can't remember the details, but I thought last year we had some, what did we do with high claims last year?
Insurance policy.
Yeah, you're self-funded.
Right,
So you have an individual stop loss policy.
Yeah.
Which means that you're responsible for $150,000 of every member's claims. Once they hit 150 during that fiscal year, the claims payment then rolls over to, in this case, Anthem.
So where is the cost of that stop loss policy? In the budget?
It's
built
considered, it's considered part of the total.
Yeah.
I can tell you what the number is.
Okay,
The projected for 25-26 is $2.9 million.
and that's part of the overall 22 million,
Correct.
9 million, okay, got it. Well, for some reason, I remember the detailed analysis you gave us in the past, and the whole,
Yeah, I ran through the 10 pages
yeah.
last year, and
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
On the previous presentation, she mentioned that the election of spouse, retiree and spouse went up, those assumptions went up dramatically.
Yeah.
So I know you said that this was really just a rate, analysis. The numbers really what the purpose of this. But given that change, it's gonna change for the premiums, because people are gonna move from maybe an individual
It's
to employee spouse type of thing.
I don't understand what you're asking. It's not gonna change this because she was making reference to over age 65 retirees, right? And they're not even included in there. And the member to employee ratio on this particular group hasn't changed in 15 years. So, yeah, we don't, if it did change significantly, we'd make an adjustment in the budget projection.
Mr. Walsh?
The third column says RFP low cost bidder. Is that what we're gonna talk to about an executive session? You can
Sure is.
put that down there.
Yeah, we didn't fill that in because while we've gotten the bids back and done most of our negotiating, there are still a few items that we need to iron out, but that's what we're gonna speak to in executive session. We're
Any,
not prepared to talk about numbers in public.
Okay,
any other questions on this before we?
but just in general, do you do the Board of Ed too?
The Board of Ed is in the state partnership plan,
You're in the state plan, okay.
so they,
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you're right. Okay, thank you.
we do track the state partnership plans experience versus what they're paying into the
And they were up, what, 12% this year or something? It was up.
the rates came out today, actually. The actives went up 11.1. The retirees under and over 65 went up 13.6 or 7.
State plan, okay.
It says all experience is in this number? Experience level, like when they look at how we did last year, all experience.
Latest 12 months, December of '03 through November of '04. Projected forward for 25, 26.
Then we're gonna get updated numbers along the way.
You might not need updated numbers.
All right, let's, yeah, why don't we?
Normally we do get
But
them.
normally you would, yes.
We would.
Any other questions on this before we? Okay, so, I guess I'll make a motion that,
I emailed you, wording, I can also show it to you on the tablet. The agenda, this wording for the executive session needs to be.
all right, well, we have an agenda posted, so let me just see what we've got here. Oops. Hang on a minute. Yeah, no, that's on the agenda.
Slightly more.
Getting.
I know.
Then we get to.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion to move into executive session. To discuss pending claims or litigation concerning United Public Service Local 454. Okay, and within the executive session, we have the members of the board, our CFO, first selectman, COO, I think our HR director, Catherine Simpson, benefits manager, Megan Brandt, attorney Nicole Dwyer, and the gentleman here from Aon.
Yeah, guys.
And so, yes, so we will have to pause the FairTV stream and the move
Recording
everyone-
stopped.
You take a,
Oh, wait, second for that, Mr. Curley, okay. In favor, okay, going into executive session, okay, so we'll pause this Zoom and the,
There should be Mary who stays on.
yeah, Mary,
Say it involves and benefits pertaining to. in terms
the
of-
wording was
Recording in progress.
So I make a motion to come out of executive session?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, I guess? Okay, and just in executive session, we discussed the matters that we indicated before we went in, and there were no votes taken. All right, so we are going to move slightly out of order in the agenda since we have some folks with us here. And so I guess we will go to workers' comp first?
No, property casualty.
Property and casualty, sorry. All right, property and casualty, which is, I believe on the posted backup, this is page 1 online. And for board members, you should have this document in front of you. Yes.
All right. So hi everyone, Rob O'Connor with Assured Partners. We are the consultants handling the property casualty coverages, not including the self-insured workers' comp. I think you have the budget sheet and just sort of top line it for you. We had this year, we're looking at about a 4% increase overall on the budget for the policies that we handle. And kind of to kind of summarize, Kerma is the company that, or the insurance company that we use for about 85% of these policies. So Kerma writes the property, the liability, the auto liability coverages, and that's about 85% of the total budget. And you know, when we went into the initial estimate back in, I want to say January, we were asked to give an estimate. Given the market, you know, the current insurance market and what we're seeing kind of generally in the market, we projected about a 10% increase for Kerma. We didn't at that point have anything from them. They were unwilling to give us any kind of an indication. They did come back with their actual budget. They actually offer a budget indication, which happened, I want to say about a month ago. And they actually came in at 5%, which was a very nice surprise. So the numbers that you're looking at right now basically reflect a 5% increase from the Kerma coverages piece of this.
Is that Kerma property?
Yeah, so Kerma is property,
General liability?
professional liability, auto liability. Kerma also does the excess. We have a 10 and a 5 for a total of 15 million excess policy that we actually place through Kerma. So they handle, a good chunk of the coverages.
So how does that, sorry, so your summary sheet says we're down 6%, if I'm looking at this correctly?
At the bottom, 4%.
4% up.
Oh, 4% up, sorry, I'm looking at blue,
Yep.
okay, so.
So 4% overall. With, changes and the other thing that you're not seeing here, but that happened last year was we projected the budget had some higher numbers. When we actually got to what we call actual, we were able to negotiate some lower, some cost savings. So that you're not seeing that here, but that's helping to keep the totals down.
Can I just ask you about that right there? So when you say fiscal year budget, we had set the budget and then you negotiate better prices after the fact.
Right. We don't really, you can't really, we have to give you numbers before we can really get any real, except for the Kerma indication, which is, we're fortunate to get. Otherwise, insurance companies typically won't, offer pricing more than 60 days out from a renewal. So a lot of this, was negotiated, even with Kerma in some cases. Last year, we were able to negotiate some better pricing on the property, for example. Because of some, the property market, as you will recall, last year kind of was in crisis. It's still, not great because of everything that's going on, forest fires, you name it, everything else. So, there's a lot of turmoil right now in the insurance market. So a 5% increase is actually, you know, outperforming the market by quite a bit, you know. And you know, Kerma, I will say, you know, is a unique sort of insurance company. It's a pool, it's Connecticut only. They insure about 85 of the communities in the state. It's a nonprofit, so they you know, they insure it. If there's money left over, they just distribute it back to you in a dividend. So you'll get, typically the town gets dividends back from them. So it's difficult for you know, commercial insurance companies to compete with that, you know? And thus, you know, the reason that they've been a choice, you know, we kick the tires every, you know, 3 or 4 years to see if there's anybody else out there who can compete. I mean, there's companies that are doing municipalities, just difficult. They had a tough time for the reason I just mentioned, and also because Fairfield is a coastal community. And so when you go to a Travelers or, you know, commercial insurance company these days, coastal is a problem, you know, and they typically don't want to write the coastal property insurance. So, you know, as I've stated before, then you end up buying property insurance through a different market, more expensive, and it just, the numbers just don't make sense at that point. So I'm happy to go through kind of a quick summary if you want me to, on, you know, the way the program is set up. I don't know if you got this. Did you get this?
Yes.
Narrative? Okay. So kind of just really running through this. So property, you know, we've got the property insurance, which is currently on a blanket limit. We insure all the town's properties. The current blanket limit is $766 million. That, you know, gets updated each year. On the property side of things, we've got a $100,000 deductible that's in place on property claims. We've got some business interruption and extra expense coverage as well. Equipment breakdown, there's a $100 million limit for that, with a $50,000 deductible, but the sewage treatment plant last year got it bumped to $250 because of the claim that happened, which, by the way, was a significant claim. I think it was somewhere around $2 million.
That was the digester claim.
Exactly, yep, and that actually impacted the entire Kerma book, you know, so they bumped the deductible to $250, understandably. Liability is, so the liability program has a $500,000 deductible. So you self-insure, it's what we call a large deductible program. You self-insure the first $500,000 of any claim, but Kerm is paying $1 on every claim. So they're, you know, they're kind of, we call it billing the town back for that $500,000 piece. So the claims are being handled as if you recovered from $1. Okay, and then, you know, there's, you know, the town ends up paying for the first $500,000. And that's.
So that's on general liability, $100,000 deductible.
So that's professional liability. So within the general liability, there's also professional liability, I'll call it, which is the law enforcement liability, public officials, and school leaders. So that's
Law enforcement,
public officials, and school leaders are professional liability lines within the general liability piece. That has a $100,000 deductible. So it drops down to 100 for those claims.
so when we've had, cause I feel like I remember when we've had claims from, I don't know, a resident got injured from a falling tree or something like that. Those are claims that would hit a $500,000 deductible?
Correct.
Okay.
So the $500,000 deductible is general liability, which is primarily bodily injury, property damage claims, like what you just mentioned. Auto liability, so, you know, accidents that happen, you know, with town vehicles, or the slip and falls would be bodily injury claim, correct, on a general liability, that's right. So those have a $500,000.
We're getting coverage right away with Kerma's paying for an attorney to come in.
They are, Kermis, that's exactly when I say $1, they're handling it as if they're covering it from $1.
What we would pay is we settled the case for $90,000, we would pay for that.
Exactly. Yeah, they would bill you back for that. Yeah.
And remind us, just the types of claims that have the $100 deductible, just give us,
100,000.
yeah.
So that's call them professional, property insurance has 100,000. So, property damage to the town's buildings, right, is 100. And then professional lines, which would be the school leaders, the public officials, and the law enforcement liability. So, those are claims and they're not bodily injury claims.
So let's say
They're,
our town plan and zoning commission got sued because of some decision they made, that falls into the $100,000 category?
Exactly. Okay. Yeah. So it's financial, impact claims, not bodily injury or property damage claims. And then, so the town has a $15 million excess policy. So that's on top of the 1 million. So basically the town has a $16 million liability per claim. I mentioned autos.
Coverages are broken down into the two lines, primary in excess of 10 million.
Correct.
And then secondary $5 million in excess of the 10 million.
And that was, we had it broken out where we had 10 and 5, two different policies. Kerma came in and was more competitive and now we basically are buying a $15 million policy, one policy with Kerma. Because of their pricing was better than what we could get in, and that's been the case. The umbrella market in general has gotten very expensive.
That's why I was wondering why you don't have larger increases there. You don't.
Yeah.
I know the umbrella market's has gone crazy. So your increases on those two lines are 0%, first 10 million, and 3% for the next 5 million.
Part of that is because we were able to negotiate lower rates last year.
Okay.
So we're working off of a lower number and the budgeted number from last year.
Okay.
So it's not reflected here, but it's an increase from the actual negotiated number that we had last year.
Okay.
And that was something I need to get used to with the town because you go budget to budget. I'm always thinking actual to budget, but that's not the way you do it. So we do.
Something we gotta get used to, because I'm thinking that we give you a number and that's the number, but it's not really the number. So it's
That could go either way, I guess, but so whatever that savings was, that's embedded in our year-end surplus somehow. Yeah. All right.
I know you explained this BOE athletic policy that's no longer here. Dash, you'd explained why that was going away.
They have it, I think.
Oh, it's on their
They do,
side?
Yeah, they do, and I'm not involved in that,
Okay.
honestly, so I can't speak to.
You can see it in their budget book.
Okay.
We do have a flood program, so Kerma actually provides $10 million of flood coverage, which is incredibly valuable with a $100,000 deductible. We have a 5 million excess flood policy on top of that, so 15 million of flood coverage for any town buildings. If it's in a high hazard zone, there's different deductibles that get into place. And what we've done to kind of overcome that or I guess buy that back would be to buy federal flood policies that we have selectively bought for key buildings in town that we have decided make sense, are in high hazard areas. So
Like Penfield Pavilion.
right.
Okay. And where is the cost of that?
So that's in, if you look at this, that's in the primary federal flood number. So you can see
Okay,
it's
that's where got it.
22, yeah, we're estimating about 22,000.
That's all, huh?
Yeah.
What's the total payout on that 500? What's the payout by the federal FEMA on that?
So the federal program, it offers up to 500,000 for any building. That's kind of where they max out.
Yes.
So it'll pay up to.
250, maybe that's for a resident.
Residential.
Okay.
It's 500 on.
Commercial properties get 500 per building, yeah.
And then we have 10 million over that? Is that what you said?
That's right. That's right. So if it's a building that's, with one of those federal flood policies, they're gonna have, we typically buy a $50,000, so the town would be on the hook for the first 50. And the federal flood program would come in and pay up to 500. And then the $15 million excess flood would kick in and pay the difference.
50 million, you said?
15 million.
15 million, okay. What about it says $5 million of excess flood.
So that's the 10, so that's where I get to the 15, is the 10 from Kerma,
Okay,
and then the 5 excess policy that we
okay, gotcha. Okay.
Earthquake.
Yeah, there's earthquake coverage. Hopefully we don't have to, use that.
I felt it.
Yeah, some strange things happening, you never know, right?
All right.
Student accident, we talked about cyber liability. We went through some, difficult times with cyber over the past few years, but I feel like we've finally gotten to the point where we have a $5 million cyber policy. It's with, I believe, Travelers is writing the coverage now. I'm not sure about that. I think it's Travelers, yeah. Which is a solid company, and a $50,000 deductible. And, we've gotten through all the sort of cyber security issues that we had to get through during COVID. We went through a lot of that stuff. But, with the help of the IT folks, they did a nice job of kind of getting MFA and the things they needed to do to get cyber kind of in place and properly priced. So
When you said difficulties, not claim wise, but more
No.
things we needed to change and do to be able to be insured.
exactly,
Like
yeah,
multi-factor authentication, yeah.
yeah.
Not having our servers in a basement.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, that too. Okay, any questions? Any other questions on this? Rob, thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for waiting around so long. Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
Right, and then.
I Who's next?
I think I might be next.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Robert, would you mind, you can introduce yourself and then
Yeah.
I think we have your presentation here.
Yeah.
We'll just find it for everyone.
This thing?
Yeah, it's down, page 59 or so of the deck of the hearing book.
Actual analysis.
Yeah, so it looks like this.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, all right, we've got it.
Okay, great. Well, my name's Steve DeCenzo. I work with Milliman as well. Generally, kind of pass the request on, to me to get involved in assisting, the town of Fairfield with workers' comp and heart and hypertension. I'm a fellow of the Casualty Actuarial Society, so I'm a property casualty actuary. I'm very familiar with the terms Rob was just talking about, but I also work, a lot in workers' comp, as well as, heart and hypertension obviously is very unique to Connecticut. And I do that work for a couple other towns as well. But so happy to be here with you. It's our first time doing the work. So as we won't have a lot of comparisons, but I think Ralph is on the line from PMA or was, and maybe Daniel is, and we work with them kind of closely in gathering the data for the analysis. So I've got roughly 20 slides of some substance. Given the time, I presume I'll go through it unless there's any concerns about timing. But if you all have it in front of you, I won't share my screen. I'll just kind of scroll through it and keep you updated. If that's okay.
Okay.
Okay. So in terms of the agenda, I just thought I'd go through the scope of our work, the background on the workers' comp and heart and hypertension, the structure, the summary of our work, our findings, and then probably don't have to go too much into the risk factors and other disclosures. I even have an appendix on some actuarial terms, but they're there for good documentation purposes, and happy to walk through whatever you like. Okay, so I'm in the scope of analysis section then, which is page 4 of the presentation as we've noted it. So two main things we did really were to estimate your reserves and to also estimate a prospective funding level. And when we estimate the reserves, and that would be essentially, unpaid amounts that you need to accrue for these particular costs, per accounting requirements. We did that at 3 different time periods, and then we did it for both workers' comp and heart and hypertension separately. So that would be an accrual, on your balance sheet, on the liability side of the balance sheet. Then for workers' comp, we did a more formal funding in terms of what do we think is needed to adequately fund claims that will occur starting on 7/1/25 through June 30th. So that should be that's effectively a budgeted item for that cost. Heart and hypertension, we did not do that. It's a little bit more difficult to do heart and hypertension and the nature of the coverage, so we weren't asked to do that. We can talk about that as well as we go forward. We also looked at how your reserves would pay out, so the cash flow of those workers' comp reserves and heart and hypertension take a long time to pay out, so we looked at the cash flow there. And then we did a kind of optional, what I would say optional kind of analysis for consideration purposes for heart and hypertension, for what I would call audit footnote disclosure purposes. Accounting guidance we get on this, which we can talk about some more if you'd like, is that it's very hard to estimate. So anything that's not estimable doesn't need to be recorded on your financial statements, but it could be used for disclosure purposes. So, and that would be effectively any kind of claims still to be reported for heart and hypertension that you don't know about that you might want to consider accruing for. So that's the scope. Any questions there? Yeah.
Yes. So when I look at page 64 of the budget book and I see heart and hypertension, the budget went from $630,000 to zero.
That's an accounting in terms of how we're gonna treat that. We're gonna put that into the internal service fund and remove from the general fund.
We had it out for some reason, Tom. This is well before you. It was talked about why it was not included in it.
The reason that, it's consistent with the way we treat some other medical costs. It's also consistent with how other towns treat it. I know that this was discussed with the accountants, at least at the end of last fiscal year. We have discussed this with him, and he's agreed that, that the change is acceptable.
Yeah, so I can just chime in, and I don't know if anyone remembers this from the audit subcommittee, but what Joe Centimenti had told us was that we used to have heart and hypertension in the internal service fund accrued for. And then back, I don't know how many years ago, I think it was under the Flato administration, they decided to take it out of the internal service fund and treat it on a pay-as-you-go basis. So it's been treated on a pay-as-you-go basis for a number of years now. The internal service fund was building up an enormous fund balance. We thought it was big a couple of years ago when it was 6 million. I think it had gotten to something like 12. So one of the suggestions was to account for that heart and hypertension liability as within the internal service fund and just put the liability on the books the way it used to be before they took it out. So that was done as of July 1, 2024. So at the beginning of this fiscal year, that liability got put into the internal service fund. So and the amount of the liability was calculated by Milliman. That was put there. So it is budgeted at zero. I mean, even though the liability is already accounted for, it's, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think it's present valued. So you would expect to see some expense, if nothing else, but to accrete the interest on the liability and also for any change in estimate. But I think the town left it in as zero on the basis that whatever differential was be taken out of the internal service fund balance.
So if it was moved though last year, then why do we have the 629 from last year?
It was moved at the beginning of this year.
Yeah, 7/1/25, right?
7/1/24, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And how are claims coming in on that? Because I thought last year it was higher because of more procedures people, at least one person was having done. These claims can be high, very high when they hit, and new people can still file claims. Still, right. Can you explain just for the rest? So we have some new people on our board.
Yeah.
When the time period will end for claims to be made, but how this all works, because we do have people who are you know,
Yeah.
fire servers who are we're getting older and they could still make claims. Could you explain that for some of the new board members?
Yeah, well, it is a presumptive, disability law. So, I mean, I don't believe there's any physical exam or, required as evidence of filing a claim. And it's only for persons that began their employment prior to July 1 of 1996. So they are running off, right? You're still getting some claims reported, but it is going to run off fairly soon because it's been almost 20 years now, 30 years, since a date of employment where you could actually file claims. So yeah, I mean these are awards that obviously are for firefighters and police officers who've been exposed to these types of traumatic injuries. There's also awards for surviving spouses, lifetime awards that can be made if the claimant has passed away. And actually, what's underlying the reserve analysis that we've done here is really kind of dominated by those survivor type benefits because they can be very expensive because obviously they're lifetime type awards. And so the thing that we've tried to do is, we've talked with PMA, as well as the town about, which awards are, we have to consider whether these types of awards are offered via the pension or via the heart and hypertension. So we don't want to double count those. So we think we've done that. We've got, essentially five claimants that we've predicted individually based on mortality assumptions, inflationary assumptions on cost of living, for medical care, as well as the cost of living indemnity. And then we've also discounted it, at a reasonable interest rate to come up with that reserve estimate for this particular claim. So they're very volatile, but this type of estimate is typically done. And you do still get a few, but at this point, it's kind of an auditor's decision, whether to approve for those potential late reported claims at this point.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm looking at and I don't know that you have this in front of you, but within our internal service fund, in order to get this liability onto the books, there was a charge of 3.7 million this year, 3,000,013. So that is
that's effectively our discounted reserve estimate for heart and hypertension that is included in our report. And actually in the presentation, I will get to that on slide 9. It's reflected in slide 9.
Okay, is that the beginning of the year number though?
Yes.
We did it at 3 bases, again, March, June, and then June of 25. So I believe, that was the June 24 number, I believe.
Okay, got it.
It's slightly different. We had 3.56, you have 3.7.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, I didn't mean to jump ahead, but all right.
No problem. Okay. All right, so I was done with slide 4. I'm happy to move on if no other questions.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So there's just some background here just to get everybody level set on slide 6 for the presentation. You've been self-insured for a long time, for comp and heart and hypertension. We do this, on a 7/1 to 6/30 basis. They are accounted for in the service fund. As we've talked about, you do allocate these premiums, to departments and agencies, and the claims administration is provided by PMA. Okay. So next slide 7, is your retentions you have under these policies. So 750,000 per occurrence for fire and police departments, and 600,000 for all other employees. And there are no aggregate deductibles. So to the extent you have, many large losses in a year, potentially you would continue to pay within that retention, multiple times. You don't have an aggregate dollar cap. There are workers' comp lifetime claims that we learned about, in our first study this year that were, I guess, not included in the internal service fund, and were not included in the traditional workers' comp data. So they were treated separately. So we actually made our own estimates of those 3 particular workers' comp claims, and they were different because they were not, you didn't have any excess coverage for these particular lifetime claims. So there was a full liability, that was there, and we had to look at that as well. PMA had looked at it before, but we looked at it as well. So that's part of our study. And then the heart and hypertension claims are not subject to any per claim. They're effectively unlimited. Okay.
Yeah, just a question. So we had claims that were not included in the internal service fund previously because we didn't know about them, or?
Well, I want to defer to PMA on that one because I don't want to speak out of turn. They may have been included. They just were not in the workers' comp data originally, and then we had determined that they were outside of it, so we've had to add those claims to the existing workers' comp data. I am not totally 100% sure whether they were in your internal service fund or not. I'm not sure if maybe Daniel or Ralph have any background there.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to understand is what did that do to the workers' comp liability as of?
Yeah, so we could go right to the summary of findings, page 9, and I have that there in terms of the size of the reserve. So page 9 is showing the reserves as of March 31st of 24, the original date that we estimated it. And you can see a total of, on a discounted basis, 9.2 million, which reflects the workers' comp, excluding the lifetime claims, of roughly 3 million, the lifetime claims of 2.6 million, and the heart and hypertension of 3.65. So that's really where the breakout, is in terms of each of those. And our report, kind of goes into the derivation of each of those 3. And we break out, the actuarial portion of this, for those not familiar with the term IBNR, incurred but not reported, that's really what the actuarial piece is of this for the traditional workers' comp, where you have to accrue for late reported claims that come in after the accounting date, but did occur before that, and any development on your claims. Claims, as we know, are uncertain. They tend to not stay at the same value. Medical conditions change, inflation. We have to make an estimate for that. Does that answer your question at this point?
Yeah, it does. And just to clarify, I think historically in the internal service fund, we've reflected workers' comp claims on an undiscounted basis. So I believe that's another change in here. So now we're using the discounted number when we look at the liability, which is appropriate. We do that for most long-term liabilities of this nature. I'm assuming this is common practice.
Yeah, for public entities, self-insured public entities, it is pretty common. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that's the 5,571,000.
Yeah, in terms of the workers' comp, exactly. Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, my understanding, and again, I don't have the benefit of the history, there was a slight reduction, maybe not slight, but there was a reduction in your workers' comp accrual when, our 5.6 million was lower than what you had accrued. You hadn't had the heart and hypertension accrued, right? So that was brought in, and then the lifetime claims were actually pretty similar to what had already been accrued, I believe. So those are the main changes, as I understand it.
Can I ask a question? So could you just help me reconcile how you get from the pay-as-you-go heart and hypertension at 629 and it gets moved back into the internal service fund, but then now it's 3.65. So
it's the total liability, not the
Yeah.
not the 1 year.
That includes the liability that was in the general fund.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, my understanding is you've got about $600,000 a year on average paid in heart and hypertension claims, right?
Okay.
So the reserve really is for all those existing claims, and all future payouts for them going forward. So it's a good sized multiple of that. Yeah.
So if it wasn't in this fund before, where did we come up with the 3.65? Where did that come from?
It's in the general fund on the balance sheet. It got transferred from the general fund balance sheet to the internal service fund.
Okay.
It was always a liability, but
It just wasn't in this
we were only
fund.
funding the current year claims, so we didn't, unlike workers' comp, where we funded the full liability in the internal service fund, we didn't do this before. But can I ask a question? So, if we have, what was the heart and hypertension as of the beginning of the year, July 1, 2004?
So my page 10 should have that. It's the 3.56 as of 6/30/24. So yeah, I mean, essentially it's the 3.65 that I had mentioned on slide 9 with some payout, estimated, roughly, 100 grand or so.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if we budgeted 0, because I know we're dipping down into the fund balance, but technically, if we were to budget this without using any fund balance in the internal service fund, what would our budget number be?
Well, we haven't really calculated that, as I mentioned kind of before, and actually we have calculated for comp, but I mean, you do average the 100 to 640 or so, each year. And I would say, in general, that's probably a reasonable accrual. That 640,000 is not a bad start. Without doing any more formalized work, I think that's probably a reasonable start.
Oh, because I would have thought it would be a lower number because we've already got the whole beginning liability accrued. So I would have thought that what we'd be putting in the budget would be, changes in estimates on the liability, and then again accreting the liability up to present value for whatever year or the claims paid. And the reason I'm asking is, just because we put this in the liability at the beginning of the year, that's not what translated into the 0 in the budget. We have the 0 in the budget because we're using fund balance. And so I'm trying to understand, assuming we don't do that next year, we've got sort of a one-time credit in this budget because we booked 0 there. I'm just trying to figure out what that is. Like what that number would have been had we not used fund balance.
Okay, I think I misunderstood your question, so thank you. So the accrual that we've set up, the 3.67 million, should be sufficient over the long term now for all the existing claimants that you've got. So you shouldn't have any balance sheet, income statement impact, any income statement impact going forward. The point I mentioned about the audit disclosure purposes, that would be in the case where you'd want to kind of prospectively and proactively fund for any future claims that come in, right? And that we've estimated. We did a separate estimate. I believe it's to the very back of our report. I don't believe we've included it in the presentation. And we've made some very rough assumptions there. Essentially, assuming you would have 2 claims per year for the next 6 years of a certain age and gender, and you might have one, lifetime award. And we've made an estimate on that. And they would have legal expense associated with them. They'd have medical and healthcare expense. We've made an assumption there.
And those we don't record liabilities or fund, future claims that may arise. So the liability that we've had in the internal service fund is supposed to represent, existing claims and the liability for them. These are long-term claims, obviously, that are going to be paid out over a number of years.
Right.
So I still, and if you don't have it now, that's okay. But I'd still like to understand what that.
Then effectively, you would not need an accrual going forward.
You would still have an interest cost, right? This is a liability at present value. You've got to accrete the interest cost at a minimum, right?
That's a fair point. Yep, that's a fair point. We haven't done that for you. Yeah.
Okay, so just be helpful to know because it's there's a lot of one-time credits, I guess, in this budget, and so I'm just trying to figure out what they all are because obviously these are gonna end up coming back to us in the future. So that if there's a way to quickly estimate that number, that would be helpful.
Okay.
What are
we can take that one back and try to get you a number on that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet. Okay. All right. So again, 9, 10, and 11 are very similar in terms of just differing the time frame, and the reserve numbers are roughly similar. You have a reasonably stable book of business, of course. In the disclosures. The rest of the slides are somewhat informational, like slide 12. essentially a kind of a trend line of what your estimated and estimated by us, what your ultimate costs are for each of these roughly 7 years we've got here. And again, you've got payments on these claims, you've got case reserves set by PMA, and then you've got the actuarial IBNR set by us, or estimated by us. And effectively, you see some, reasonable stability, some level of volatility in it. In general, nothing really to be concerned about. I mean, your frequency, we'll have a slide later on which talks about your frequency. And that's generally been pretty flat. And severity is the other portion of your cost per claim, has generally been pretty flat too. So nothing to, anything to be alarmed about. Okay, so that's really slide 13 was as of 6/30/25, not just 6/30/24 because we projected that as well. And then the slide 14 is what I refer to as the budgeted amount, the 1.6 million that we would project you to accrue to have adequate funding for your workers' comp costs for policy year 25.
That's the 1645,498.
I've got 16.4. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
In the budget, it's 1645,498.
Okay, yeah, there might be, I don't know what those other costs are, right off the top of my head, but
What is your number? Sorry, which page?
yeah, I'm on 14 of my deck, which is 1624, roughly.
Yeah, it's,
What is it? 16?
1,623,897.
Okay, so, okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. There's
Why
some
don't
other associated costs like TPA claims costs, loss control, things like that may be included. I'm not sure, but I think that's apples and apples. So that's what we projected. I did have a graph on slide 15 to break down your losses into frequency and severity, as I mentioned, volatility, but overall you see, generally flat results. Most of the liability lines for the industry now you see has increased significantly. It's good to see. Workers' comp, you don't see that. We have a slide on your payment pattern in slide 16, just as a kind of and we'll use effectively this payment pattern to help with that interest accretion request that you have. But yeah, this is a significant, long-term, payout. You've got a little over 50% paid within 2 years, but it takes a while to get all this claims resolved. And then we just did put together your historical internal service fund net position on slide 17. We found online, so we did a little bit of background to help with that. But of course, that includes the other property casualty coverages as well as just the comp and the hard opportunity. Okay, and again, part of that benefit was the workers' comp estimate that we made was lower than what you had already had accrued.
And I'll just, so Jim Myers, so this gets to kind of your question. The reason that the town decided to put, to account for that liability in full is you could see what was happening to the fund balance. Although I think, and I don't know if it's in Caitlin's analysis here, but I think what we need is the internal service fund net position estimated for 6/30/25 and 26, which he usually gets us.
I thought it was in there.
Is it?
Yeah, way back near the top, right?
But I lost it.
Is it in Caitlin's analysis or is it
Here's
in?
the one that was in the backup.
It's in George.
Behind the insurance package.
I can share is this what you're referring to here?
Yes, so the projected fund balance now that we've booked the heart and hypertension liability in there.
Which
what
is
our,
here, this 3.7, right?
Yeah. So our projected fund balances of 6/30/25 drops to what? 6.6 million?
6.6, right?
And then the way we do this, we're expecting that next year it will be the same?
No.
No.
No, it goes down.
Down to 2.7.
Yeah, I believe it's the medical and dental and the drug that's driving the decrease. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I believe so.
The internal service fund.
So that's taking, yeah, we've never budgeted it that way before. We've always assumed that we were putting enough money in to kind of keep it even. So 6/30/24, 6/30/25 is 6.6 million, and 6/30/26, 2.6 million?
Yeah.
Like, we're going through internal service fund money, like it's going
Yeah,
out.
that, something doesn't make a lot of sense there.
No, but it assumes that you're taking out 2.5. So if you go back, remember the insurance costs, there was a credit of 2.5 in insurance.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's, we're taking it down from 12 million to 2.6 million in a year.
2 years.
Well, you're taking out
I mean, by
A
the end
million-
of next year,
a
yeah.
million,
Zero.
yeah, $1 million is budget to come out in the current year. That was in the budget, and then we've taken out 2.5. So 3.5 in 2 years.
Is the expectation that this fund can go to zero once we get through that runoff period?
Not for workers' comp,
No.
right?
No.
For general liability.
Right. Yes.
No, you need some cushion in there because you don't know, like, for example, general liability, you know, that could be whatever.
Very risky.
And I would add, based on our conversation about the interest accretion, that 640 is included here, but I think that really should be replaced by the interest accretion amount, which I think would be lower.
Okay, so that's gotta be adjusted, yeah.
Yeah.
What are the present value of the liabilities?
Yeah, so if
Change in
you
the-
look at this 6/30/26 projection, I'm wondering about these. So normally, we don't have this big reduction due to medical, dental, and prescription drug claims, because the whole idea is we're putting enough money in the budget to pay for those.
Mhm.
So it's, something doesn't make sense to me that this is going down that much next year. I mean, I could see if it was coming, okay, so we're saying
Yeah.
it's from 6 and taking out the 2.5.
Correct. Plus $1 million in 2020, came out in 2025.
Right. You had $1 million profit in 24, but then you had $1 million loss in 25, and now it's going to 2.5 loss, for medical.
Right.
Well, wouldn't this insinuate that our self-funding has just chewed up this entire thing? By medical claims?
Well, I mean, part of it is that we've just recognized the liability for, I mean, the big things are we've recognized the liability for heart and hypertension, which was whatever, 3.6 million.
Right.
But that would have brought the fund balance down from 12 to whatever, 8.5.
Yeah.
And then the town took out 2.5, which would bring you down to 6.
Now, there is no funding for the general liability in the property, because that you have the expenditures but no revenue.
Yeah, that's because we don't budget that 850 anymore that we used to.
Oh, okay.
And we weren't doing that because we had this big fund balance, but now we're kind of chewing through the fund balance.
And then on top of that, fund balance would be going down percentage wise unless we fund it because of the budget's gonna increase. I don't understand what we're doing.
So this will be a little bit higher because the 640 is not the right number. The 640 is overstated in that column, but I'm not. So the medical and dental and the prescription drug, which is 16 million roughly, right? Yeah. Normally,
We're purposely spending 2.5.
normally we budget for those numbers on the revenue line. But it looks like we're short.
Why?
Is that the 2.5 million?
Yes.
Okay.
What, the administration wants to spend $2.5 million?
We're using 2.5
Come out of the
million,
fund balance, the real fund balance.
2.5 million of fund.
Insurance
Service.
service.
Well, where's that money actually coming from? The fund balance?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's coming out of the fund balance. So our fund balance is gonna start decreasing. By the 2.5 plus the 640. I need to see something. I wanna see some type of calculation of everything that's gonna be coming out of the fund balance of this town to pay for taxes? Because this is what Ken Flato used to do. We're using fund balance to pay for operating expenses.
Can I just modify that a little bit? I think what would be helpful is can we get a schedule of one-time, not one-time charges, or maybe one-time charges, but one-time items in the
One-time
budget?
events.
So that we can understand what kind of a fiscal cliff that is in the aggregate. So I know we have the $4 million of debt service. We have 2.5 million in internal service. We have other probably non-recurring items or, things like that. Is it possible to put that together?
Together.
Cause and I know we haven't funded fund balance this year. So and the reason, I'll just be candid, that it's in the back of my mind is I feel like, if we find anything, if we find any cost reductions, I personally at the moment am of the mind to do less of this versus lower taxes. Because this is,
Just bite us in the butt.
yeah, this is gonna bite us in the butt next year. I mean, I didn't realize our fund balance was getting down this low in internal service, so. But it's not quite this low, so if you fix the 640, it'll be 3 million, but still.
Yeah, I would imagine the interest accretion would be something on the order of 100 to 200 grand at the most, yeah.
Okay, so I'll make a note for that.
Those all of them are cliffs.
I would just note at the same token, and this came up in the fall when discussing moving the heart and hypertension, we went in the direction of putting it properly in there.
Yeah, that was before the 2.5 million.
Plato era and all that, but we could have pushed harder to perhaps try to keep it.
No, I mean, I don't think I'll just
say.
say, at least for me, I don't think anybody thinks 12 million is necessary as a fund balance in that fund, but it's just a little alarming to see it come down that much over the course of the 2 years. We got nowhere else to go after this year on that.
Just a question because I don't know, the town department premiums for the workers' comp and H&H, is that a share, an employee share?
So the town department premiums is what the town budget is for health insurance. So when the town budgets health insurance, like active employee, they pay it into this fund.
Okay.
And then the employees' premiums that are collected from them go into this fund. So that's the revenue for this fund. And then the claims and everything, or the insurance costs will come out of this.
Okay. But the employees are paying 100% of the cost of their work comp?
No, it's just whatever's on that premium line.
Okay. I mean, do you know what is the share? I mean, they pay 50%, 30%? Like what is the?
What's the employee share of healthcare costs? 12%, I mean,
Well, anywhere 10 to, somewhere in
10 to 20.
in the 20 range, give or take. A little bit less than that for the most part.
That's for healthcare, but like workers' comp, is there any, or do you pay, the town pays 100%?
Right. Employee cost share be on their, just on their medical.
So the way the 2.5 million gets in here is because we have a lower town premium number than we would have otherwise, because we're reducing it. And then,
We don't split it
Use the
into multiple
fund balance.
categories, we just take it.
right.
Good Peter.
So claims, heart and hypertension, general liability. Okay, and then, so just for the board, then. The accrual for general liability, which is on the bottom of the sheet, the 1335, which we'll talk about with the town attorney. Is that the,
Just ignore that line, please.
ignore that line, okay. Yeah, it would be helpful to have the actual, I know I used to put this together myself, just to understand it, but to have a balance sheet to have a balance sheet projection here for the end of next year so that we can see you know, the assets, liabilities, and then the remaining fund balance, so we can, because that, it, like, for something like general liability, what's flowing through here is maybe what we think we're gonna pay out, but typically we have the liability for, estimated liability for existing claims, so just.
I'd like to get a number of all the uses in this budget of fund balance.
Yes.
And what an estimation of what that will be, what that will do to without us putting any money in for it.
So I think, I don't think, I don't, as far as I know, there's no use of general fund balance.
Correct.
Yeah, so we've used internal service fund balance and we've used surplus. That's the 4 million, which we'll talk about later, okay. But that's why, Jim, what I was saying is I think I'm capturing what you're asking for, but I'm asking for a little more. I'm saying, what are all the one-time items that are benefiting the budget that might not come back next year in the form of an increase?
And a cliff.
$4 million cliff,
I think it's more than that.
more than that, right?
Well, if you have this 2.5 million, you have the 4 million, you have a parking authority, whatever, you know, you have like, yeah. Okay, so we'll get that scheduled. I think that's important because I think the board should evaluate that in case there are any other adjustments, what we want to do with them. And we have not funded fund balance either. Okay. Other questions? Sorry to keep you there.
That's
Sorry.
okay. I've learned a lot tonight. It's been interesting. I was hoping I could say good morning to everyone, but
Are there any other
Hang
questions?
with us for a while. Wish you good morning.
that's it.
Are there any other questions on this?
Finance tonight.
No. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, you're very welcome. Have a good evening, everyone. All right.
I know, we need to move. Let's go to HR.
We gotta get human resources.
Yep, okay. So we are gonna move now to,
We're not rushing.
oh, wait. Yeah, so we didn't really talk about the 2.5 million, but we did. So we talked about the 2.5 million in this concept because I was gonna go back to it. Okay, so HR, which is HR operations. So Kathleen Simpson is here. Hi, Kathleen.
Hi, Kevin.
All right, so for the board, this is on, the budget is on page 64. So we're on HR operations, which is everything except the last few lines.
Peter is handing out for part of our presentation tonight. We apologize for not getting it part of the backup studio. We tried our best to
That's
do
okay.
that, but it's mostly what this is basically what does HR do and our job descriptions. And you know, I won't go into depth about everything, but it's highlight.
Okay. All right.
And,
John says we gotta get moving, so.
okay, we're gonna get moving. All right. Now you want to hear about what I won't bore with stuff. I think we know, and John especially knows what HR does. So I just wanted to indicate that we have, just point out right away for the, I think that Attorney Walsh will appreciate this. Our cell phone budget is not correct, reflected in this the budget information you gave, we provided you. It was provided, we had the understanding that we were going to have the cell phones in a, I'm losing my train of thought. Instead it was going to be
Sort of a pooled approach.
yeah, sorry, a
across
pooled
the town.
approach to have it
through the
in
IT
one account. And that didn't happen. So unfortunately, at the very last minute, we didn't get a chance to put the right amount into our budget.
So you're saying you need $3,000 in that line item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where is
Which
that?
line item?
It's called communications.
3,000 or 30,000?
3,000.
From 650 to
It's 650, so it's 3,000.
So it should be 3,000 instead of 650. All right, so maybe Kathleen, do you wanna maybe start with your organization?
Sure, that was my next thing just to go through, because that was another mistake in the, I just want to point out before I start that.
Okay.
The summary page 65, was that aligned to the current organizational structure? And so right now we have a regular payroll, we have 2 part-timers roles, and we're looking for them to be full-time. The just point out the titles are not correct. So we have an HR, there's an HR assistant there that is now called an HR analyst. And that's a part-time job right now. That's $30 an hour.
So it says HR analyst here, and here, is that not the same thing?
Right, so the page you held up, which
sorry.
is
Oh, I should do this.
jumping sort of the next slide, attempts to represent the translation between the way the budget book was created and then kind of what is the reality. So that way then, because there was lots of discussions at the last meeting, we thought, let's give you a visual to be able to sort of make that translation and try to show the dollars corresponding as well. So it's over 2 pages, but it's a big spreadsheet.
So and then we have we had an HR paralegal who left in July of 2024. And so we replaced that with a senior HR administrator. For that position. So those titles are not, so those are correction.
So you're saying your personnel, I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's okay.
Your personnel budget, when we're comparing to the prior year, you're saying the prior year is not the prior year, the prior year is the 703,000 on this page?
So the prior year, if you're talking about current year then, current actual?
Under the yellow box, it says fiscal 25 current annual salary, and it lists a bunch of positions that
Right.
add up to 703, which is different than your prior year budget of 638
Correct.
in the book.
So the prior year is, there's the what we call approved, and then the yellow represents the actual. These are actual salary using actual data annualizing. So this is how we're running under the yellow.
You're basically running over.
We are.
Budget by 703 versus 638.
Correct.
And is your FOIA analyst already part of the group?
Yes, that we.
So you have 7, not 6.
I think it's 6, the big 6.
Well, inclusive of Kathleen,
Oh, that's right.
it's 7.
I'm sorry.
With the FOIA analyst being a temporary role, which we demonstrate on a org chart, which will be on a subsequent slides, but that's the 7th person. Is the FOIA analyst,
It was
which is
it's a temporary position to catch up with the FOIAs. It was, but we are finding that we desperately need a competent person to handle FOIAs.
So before I forget, do we need a transfer then for the current year?
Sounds like we do.
Or is that made up elsewhere in the budget?
I need to check.
Okay. All right, because I mean, we're probably okay for now because we're only partway through the year, but if we need a transfer, we should do it. Yes.
So if our 2025 budget is running at 703, that is in the budget for 2026 for only 694. So what should it be?
We go to the next slide. We're on slide 5.
Sorry.
So you're saying it could be 749 140?
Yes.
So what got approved by the Board of Selectmen was 694.95, and you're now requesting 750.
So this is a new position since the Board of Selectmen meeting?
The HR analyst is a part-time position.
The public record specialist on page 5.
Right, well, the public record, we wanted to make those full-time positions. And what happened in our budget, or we did do it, I would ask before internally, and what came out of the budget book was the one part-time position. The FOIA analyst was off the books. And we talked to Tom and we said the HR analyst, try to push to have the HR analyst full-time, and we do need to find a for a full-time, we call it a public records specialist or administrator, because of all the types of things to do that are part of FOIA and record retention.
So the budget's coming up 55 grand on just salaries.
Yes.
But then the 2,400, I guess, on the other thing. The 600 to 3,000.
Okay, so just to clarify though, is the administration supportive of this? But this just happened? You guys are. Is this a request?
I think this is a request if you.
This is from.
I will say I'm so confused right now with the information. I'm actually a little embarrassed for you that we're getting this all tonight. I need time to digest this. I don't understand it. I know people hate hearing an org chart, but I'd like to see last year's org chart. I want to see this year's org chart. And I want to be able to ask questions.
Okay, so
I don't think if we're sitting here at this hour time, that we can go through 20-something slides.
Well,
I
what
think
I-
this needs
what-
to be moved properly to another night so we can analyze this. Because I'm just, with the confusion that's going on with the lack of information might be in here. I might be able to cut my questions in half. We're gonna be here for an hour and a half.
Can I make a suggestion, if it's okay with everybody? Maybe we can try to quickly go through it, so at a minimum, we can meet Kathleen with questions. And then we'll revisit this, because otherwise, or we can input questions later, but is it okay when?
I think we gotta digest this, like, I mean, maybe you said $50,000, I thought it was $100,000 difference, because there's 638 fiscal year 25 and then.
No, I was looking for 20.
Yeah, we didn't give Kathleen a chance to explain anything.
I was
Do you wanna
picking up
Take a little time to go through this, I think.
694 versus the
And I'm concerned
741.
that the administration doesn't even know what's
So
here, like, and whether
It
they.
seems like it's a surprise to
Well, we asked
everybody.
the first selectman, can he support it? And he's not sure, because I don't even know whether he knows what's in here.
This should be pushed to another night.
Yep.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I agree that this should be pushed to another night because there's too much here, but I'm trying to understand, was this a mistake that didn't get into the budget book, or are you making a request that is subsequent to like, it seems like, I'm trying to figure out if the administration is even aware of this or supportive of this. Is this kind of coming out of left field? Like, what is this?
I would just say that there are currently 5 full-time and 2 part-time positions within the department. There has been a lot of discussion, particularly at this board, related to this department and with the resources they may or may not need, and the possibility that they felt that they needed additional resources to come back to this board and have those discussions.
That's fine.
Many of them have been about possibly coming back mid-year. Due to some of the vacancy timings, they've been able to generally, with 2 part-time positions in there, absorb that. We left the budget book prepped as a 6 full-time budget and moved it along the process. And at this stage, there are currently 5 full-time, 2 part-time, and we believe that this is the forum to have a discussion about how this department will be funded in the next fiscal year.
Okay, and I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything, but why wasn't this conversation at the Board of Selectmen table? Or was it?
No.
It wasn't, okay.
It's largely been driven over the past year, a lot of that at this.
But you still have to get it approved. The budget gets approved by the Board of Selectmen. It doesn't matter that we've asked the questions. It has to go through the proper channels.
Right now, they've been approved in similar fashion as in the past, which would have an HR, now an analyst type position, but it does not fund the FOIA position. I think that it's I hope everybody would agree, it's a worthy discussion to discuss how to handle the FOIA piece in particular, which is will come with a cost in a part-time construct of that $50,000 number.
It may be a worthy discussion to have, but not at 11:36.
Because it deserves more time than rushing it through in 15 minutes.
I will say that we already have to come back for another night. We just add this to this other night?
Well, with all due respect, though, doesn't it need to go through the Board of Selectmen?
We can make an adjustment.
We can add, it's fine?
Yeah, we can add, we can.
They
subtract.
still have to.
We
do
can
their thing,
subtract,
yeah.
but it does, yeah. I was just wondering from a process standpoint, what, on the timing. So, listen, it sounds like everybody wants to move it to another night. The only thing I worry about a little bit is I think we might need extra time for the Board of Ed this year. And if we shift this, are we also gonna shift the other 4 things that we have on this agenda tonight? So I just wanna make sure that
Don't we have two
we
two
should,
meetings?
we
for
do,
that?
but we just should, I think those could get eaten up pretty quickly, so I just wanna make sure everybody's ready for some late nights because. At some point, if we keep pushing things off, I think we're gonna use up those 2 meetings without having a real meeting available for follow-up questions, which we always have and we always use fully.
Is there ever an appetite just to start at 6 as opposed to 7?
Mary can't. Mary. We respected Mary. She's in the middle of tax season.
But for one person?
So can I, but just to David's point, is the main difference here that we've added a FOIA analyst that was not in the Board of Selectmen budget? That's what we're talking about. Okay, so it's not that complicated. That's the big difference. And some cell phones, I guess. Okay. Is there anything else besides the FOIA analyst and the cell phones?
No, that's it. We ask.
Right. Does anyone, if we're gonna move on, does anyone have any other questions off the top that they'd like Ms. Simpson to come back with before we meet again?
I'd
I
like
see
to
the
read
org
that
charts.
offline and
We can do
come back
that.
with questions.
Ask
Okay.
questions through that sheet.
All right, just wanna make sure. So I would ask if everyone can review these materials as soon as possible and add the questions to the budget book. And then we'll figure
I
out,
have one,
yes, Mr. Schreiber.
and this is where I thought I should throw in the towel for the night. Because like in this, it says the increment in the salary increase for the assistant HR director is $3,515. That's not what the budget book shows. The budget book shows the salary increment is $10,000. So I just feel like this, I don't understand it, and I don't wanna start to understand it at 20 minutes before midnight.
Okay, which one are you referring to?
Slide 5 and page number 65 of the budget.
And you're comparing,
Most of the increments seem wrong in the handout. For example, 8 assistant HR directors increase versus FY 25 actual is listed as 3,500.
so does this have to do with the same question about the, I think that the fiscal 25 numbers don't include what was ever in there from contingency, and Kathleen showing us the actual.
And the more complicated part is that they're non-union, but these specifically. So one of the issues is that it was pulled out of where they are now because they haven't been trued up with PETA adjustments. So what they're representing is that they will have to be trued up to that. However, again, all of that has been held.
But I guess,
Now or later.
and we can do it later, but the fiscal 26, okay, that's requested. Okay, got it. Okay.
Her page 5, does have the numbers that are in the 26 column.
Yeah.
Except for one number. The second salary down is wrong.
Yeah, the
131.
the increments are held within.
131 on both the budget. 749 has the 26 increase.
Yeah, it does match.
So I think you're just looking at page 4, which is a 25 look, not a 26.
Yeah.
I think maybe what's Kevin's saying is the variance of 37,000 on this page. Is this page 37,000?
No.
Going from 638 to 694?
No.
I'm not that good at can't do math in my head.
No.
Okay. So there's something. 694 minus.
All right, yeah, if you look at pages 4 and 5 together, you can see it
56.
Okay. But that's it's almost in there.
Yeah. like the org charts. I'm sorry, I gotta be a positive here.
It's a good
Very,
org.
very well done. I don't think
I look
I've ever
forward to
seen
reading
org
it in a
charts
different hour.
that well done. Very nice. I can't wait till you do them for the whole thing.
Okay. All right, so do you think there's any public comment at this point? Well, before we go to that, I do wanna,
We need to make a motion to move these.
well, if we're gonna defer this,
Their hand up.
oh, hi, Mary.
Oh, could I request a copy of those handouts be sent to me by email tomorrow?
Yeah, and they also need to be posted.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if we're gonna, if we want to adjourn, then I just wanna point out what we're pushing to another meeting. HR operations, work, unemployment compensation, finance revenue, which is a lot, debt service, and fund balance. Fund balance, I think I had put in a question, I didn't see any backup for that, but I think I had put in a question on the sheet, Tom. I wanted to understand if we were funding fund balance to our hold harmless policy, what would be in this budget? And then debt service should be easy. We're gonna talk about for the 4 million on debt service that we're taking out. I think I had asked for, and I know you provided something, but we need the reserve analysis of the surplus we've put away and what this does to that and what liabilities we have. And then finance revenue, we've got the parking authority question in there. We've got state grants. So we're moving some very heavy duty things to another night. So I think
Can we move finance to Thursday? Thursday is public safety, police animal control, culture, it's the library, fire department. I mean,
We can do that.
that's not a heavy duty night. I mean, we can do finance that night. And then we have,
when do we have Parks and Rec? Oh, that's the other night.
we
Okay.
don't wanna do it on Tuesday, night, March 18th.
No.
And then I think we have March 20th during 5, that's. Or that, we can't do it then, we can do it maybe Kathleen's Tuesday, March 25th, it's legal contingency. And some follow-up questions.
Yeah,
That's
but
not-
follow-up could be, that usually takes an entire meeting, so I just wanna be cautious, and then we have the makeup meeting after that. But by the time we get to the makeup meeting, like, we're very close to our vote, so that's why I just wanna be cautious about pushing things out too far, and because if there's follow-up questions after that, there's really no time for us to reconsider before we have to vote, so. So why don't we, so we can push all the finance related things to Thursday. And then we'll have to do HR, figure out where to fit in HR operations.
And unemployment.
Yeah, unemployment shouldn't be too bad.
So are we moving those last four items to Thursday this week?
Yeah, if that's okay with everybody?
Yes.
That'd be my preference.
Okay, so do we have to vote on this?
Unemployment and these.
You just have to post another agenda.
Yeah, as long as the agenda is
Okay.
posted revised, we don't have to vote to.
That's helped Jan.
All right, can I, has everyone used the new format to submit questions? I know Jim has. Has everyone used that? Okay, what I would suggest is if we could, it's different than last year. If we could try to get questions in to the extent we can. Especially if they're going to involve data requests, I think our meetings will be more efficient. So I would just ask, if possible, please try to do that, because then we won't have to add follow-ups later. We think we need data. We'll have it in front of us when we have the discussion. Okay, so we're gonna do that. So we need to pick, let me look at the schedule, Kathleen, I apologize. I will get back to you on what night, and you can let me know if you have any conflicts. Okay. All right. Is that okay for everybody? All right, so I guess make a motion to adjourn. Okay. All right, thank you, everyone.
Okay, Jim?
Problem was we took an hour and a half.